Tonight, as the world grows quiet around you, I will share 15 stories from the ancient path. Each one a lantern lighting the way toward rest, each one a key to unlock what you already know but have forgotten in the noise of day. Let your body sink a little deeper into wherever you are resting. Feel the weight of the blankets, the softness beneath you. We have time. We have all the time we need. The first story begins on a mountain path in northern China many centuries ago, when the morning mist still clung to the valleys below and the monastery bells had just finished their song. There was a young monk named Shen who lived in a small temple carved into the mountainside. He was sincere in his practice, earnest in his devotions, and utterly miserable. Every morning he would wait before dawn, sit in meditation with the other monks, work in the gardens, study the sutras, and every morning he carried with him a heaviness that made each breath feel like lifting stones. You see, Shen collected grievances the way some people collect jewels. He remembered every slight, every harsh word, every time he had been overlooked or misunderstood. He remembered the merchant in the village who had shortchanged him 3 years ago. He remembered his brother monk who had taken credit for Shen's idea about reorganizing the meditation hall. He remembered his teacher's sharp correction when he had dozed off during evening chanting. He remembered his own mother's disappointed face when he had announced he was leaving home to become a monk instead of taking over the family business. Each memory sat inside him like a stone, solid and cold and heavy. His teacher was an old master named Yunmen, a woman of perhaps 70 years who moved through the monastery like water finding its path, effortless and clear. She had watched Shen for months, observing how his shoulders curved inward, how his jaw remained tight even during meditation, how his eyes held a distant storm even on the sunniest days. One morning, after the other monks had left the meditation hall, Yunmen approached Shen and said, "Come with me, we are going for a walk." Shen followed his teacher down the mountain path, past the terraced gardens where vegetables grew in neat rows, past the stream where they drew water, down toward the river that wound through the valley below. The morning air was cool and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds called to each other in languages older than words. When they reached the river, young men stopped. The water ran clear over smooth stones, stones that had been tumbled and shaped by countless years of current, their edges worn away by patient persistence. "Pick up a stone," Yunmen said. Shen bent down and selected a river rock, roughly the size of his palm, grey and speckled with white. "Good," said Yunmen. "Now, as you hold that stone, I want you to think of someone who has wronged you, someone whose action still troubles your mind." Shen thought immediately of his brother monk who had taken credit for his idea. The old anger flickered to life, familiar and almost comfortable. He held the stone tighter. "Now," Yunmen continued, "we will walk up the mountain, and you will carry that stone." They began to climb. The path was steep, winding back toward the monastery through thick bamboo groves and past outcroppings of ancient rock. After a few minutes, Yunmen spoke again. "Pick up another stone. Think of another grievance, another wound you carry." Shen found another stone, this one heavier, darker. He thought of the merchant who had cheated him. He held both stones now, one in each hand. They climbed higher. The sun had risen fully now, warming the air, making Shen's robes cling to his back with perspiration. His hands began to ache from gripping the stones. "Another," Yunmen said, and there was neither kindness nor cruelty in her voice, only a strange neutrality, like she was conducting an experiment whose outcome she already knew. Shen bent awkwardly, stone still in his hands, and managed to hook his arm around a third stone, larger than the others. He thought of his teacher's sharp words when he had fallen asleep during chanting. The shame of that moment bloomed fresh, as if it had happened yesterday instead of months ago. He held the stones against his chest now, arms wrapped around them. They continued climbing. The monastery was still far above them, its bells invisible but audible in the distance, marking the passage of time. "Another stone," Yunmen said. "You have more grievances, do you not? I can see them in the way you hold yourself, in the tightness around your eyes." Shen's arms were trembling now, but he found a fourth stone, then a fifth. He thought of his mother's disappointment, He thought of a childhood friend who had betrayed a confidence. He thought of his own inadequacy, his failure to achieve the peaceful mind the sutras promised. He piled the stones in his arms, and they grew heavier with each step, each breath, each heartbeat. The path steepened. Shen's breathing became ragged. The stones pressed against his chest, making each inhalation difficult. His arms screamed with the effort of holding them. Sweat ran into his eyes. The monastery was closer now, but it might as well have been on the moon. "Master," he gasped, "I cannot carry these any further." Yunmen stopped and turned to face him. Her eyes were deep and dark and infinitely patient. "No," she said, "but you have been carrying them already, for months, for years. Some of these stones you picked up when you were a child, and you have been hauling them up this mountain of your life ever since. Are your arms not tired, Shen? Is your back not aching?" Shen stood on the path, stones piled in his arms, his whole body shaking with effort and something else, a recognition that was beginning to dawn like light through morning fog. "There is something the Buddha taught," Yunmen said, her voice soft now, almost gentle. "He said that holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." She paused, letting the words settle. "But I would add this, holding on to anger is also like carrying stones up a mountain. It is you who becomes exhausted. It is you who cannot move freely. It is you who suffers under the weight." Tears began to run down Shen's face, mixing with the sweat, and he didn't know if he was crying from physical strain or from something breaking open inside him, some dam finally cracking. "Put them down," Yunmen said. "But," Shen started. "Put them down. They wronged me," Shen whispered. "These things happened. They were real. The merchant did cheat me. My brother monk did take credit. My mother was disappointed. If I put down these stones, does that mean these things didn't matter? Does it mean I'm saying it was all fine?" Yunmen smiled then, and it was like watching the sun break through clouds. "Putting down the stones does not change what happened. The merchant still cheated you. Your mother was still disappointed. These are facts, like the fact that rain falls and seasons change. But carrying the stones, carrying the anger, the resentment, the hurt that is your choice, that is something you are doing to yourself, moment after moment, breath after breath." She stepped closer, placing a weathered hand on one of the stones Shen clutched to his chest. "The stones do not care if you carry them. The people who wronged you, they are not here on this path. They are not struggling to breathe. They are not in pain. Only you are. You are carrying these weights for them, and they don't even know. They are eating their breakfast, living their lives, while you suffer under burdens they didn't even ask you to bear." Shen's arms were shaking violently now. He looked down at the stones, really looked at them for the first time. They were just stones, river rocks, pieces of earth. They had no power except what he gave them by picking them up, by holding on, by refusing to let go. "What if they wrong me again?" he asked, his voice small. "Then you will notice it, you will feel it, and you will choose whether to pick up a new stone or to let it lie where it falls. But these old stones, these old hurts, they are heavy enough. You have carried them far enough. Your arms are tired, your back is tired, your heart is tired. It is time to put them down." And so Shen did. One by one he let the stones fall from his arms. They clattered onto the path, a sound like bells, like laughter, like release. The first stone, his brother monk's betrayal. The second, the merchant's dishonesty. The third, his teacher's sharp words. The fourth, his mother's disappointment. The fifth, his own sense of failure. Each stone fell and became just a stone again, nothing more than earth and mineral, shaped by water and time. When the last stone had fallen, Shen stood empty-handed on the mountain path. His arms felt strange light, almost floating. His chest expanded with a full breath for what felt like the first time in years. The morning air was cool and sweet. The birds were still singing. The monastery bells chimed in the distance. Nothing had changed, and everything had changed. Yunmen placed a hand on his shoulder. "Do you feel lighter?" Shen nodded, unable to speak. "Good," she said. Now let us walk to the monastery. Notice how much easier the path is when you carry only yourself and not the whole weight of every hurt you have ever collected." They walked together up the mountain, and Shen noticed things he had not seen in months, the way the light filtered through the bamboo leaves, creating shifting patterns of shadow and gold, the sound of the stream running parallel to the path, the scent of wild ginger growing in the shade. His feet felt sure on the stones of the path. His breathing came easy and deep. He felt, for the first time since taking his vows, something close to peace. As they neared the monastery gate, Yunmen spoke once more. "You will be tempted to pick up new stones," she said. "Someone will say something harsh. Someone will treat you unfairly. You will feel the old familiar urge to pick up a stone, to hold it, to carry it, to nurse it. This is natural. This is human. But now you know you always have a choice. You can pick up the stone, or you can leave it on the path. You can carry it up the mountain, or you can notice it, acknowledge what happened, and continue walking freely." She paused at the gate, turning to look at her student with eyes full of something that might have been compassion, or might have been simple recognition of truth. The Buddha taught us that we create our own suffering through attachment and aversion, through clinging and pushing away. These stones, they are made of attachment to old pain, to old stories about who wronged us and how we were hurt. When you put down the stones, you are not saying the pain wasn't real. You are simply saying, "It is enough now. I have carried this far enough. I choose to walk freely." Shen bowed to his teacher, his empty hands pressed together, his heart full of something that felt like gratitude and relief, and a kind of clean, simple joy. He understood, perhaps for the first time, what it meant to let go. Not as a spiritual concept or a pretty phrase, but as a physical act, a choice made in a single moment on a mountain path, a decision to release what had grown too heavy to bear. That night, during evening meditation, Shen sat with his back straight and his shoulders soft, his hands resting gently in his lap. He thought of the stones lying on the mountain path where he had dropped them. He wondered if they were still there, or if the rain had washed them back toward the river, if other travelers had kicked them aside, if they had simply returned to being part of the mountain, indistinguishable from all the other stones that made up the ancient path. It didn't matter. They were no longer his to carry. And in that letting go, he found a space inside himself, vast and quiet and blessedly empty, ready to be filled not with grievances and hurts, but with the simple miracle of each breath, each moment, each step forward on the path. As the stones clatter to the earth, let us walk now to a different mountain, where another lesson waits in the steam rising from a cup of tea. Let your breathing slow a little more. Let your eyelids grow heavy if they wish. We are in no hurry. The night is long and kind, and these stories will carry you gently forward. In the southern province of Japan, in a time when tea ceremonies were considered the highest art form, there lived a master named Rikyu who had devoted 60 years of his life to the way of tea. His hands had prepared 10,000 cups. His eyes had witnessed the steam rise from countless bowls. His heart had learned to find the universe in the simple act of pouring hot water over leaves. Rikyu's tea house sat at the edge of a maple forest, a small structure of weathered wood and paper screens that seemed to have grown from the earth itself, rather than been built upon it. People travelled from distant cities to experience his tea ceremony, to sit in the presence of someone who had transformed a simple beverage into a meditation, a prayer, a doorway to something beyond words. He owned many tea bowls, each one selected with the care a musician might use in choosing an instrument. There were bowls from famous kilns, bowls that had been passed down through generations, bowls whose glazes held colours that seemed to shift in different lights. Celadon green like young bamboo, midnight blue like the sky between stars, copper red like autumn leaves. But his favourite, the one he returned to again and again, was the simplest. It had been made by a monk in a mountain kiln, shaped from rough clay the colour of earth after rain. Its glaze was uneven, thicker in some places than others, and it had no particular colour, just a warm brown that seemed to hold all the browns of the natural world. It fit perfectly in his hands, as if it had been made for his palms alone, and when he lifted it to his lips, The rim touched his mouth with a gentle familiarity that made each sip feel like coming home. This bowl had one other quality. Along its side, running from the rim down to the base, was a crack. Not a dramatic break, not a shattering, just a fine line where the bowl had split slightly during firing, then been mended with golden lacquer according to the old art of kintsugi, making the repair visible, even beautiful. The gold line caught the light, transforming what might have been seen as damage into something else entirely. Rikyu had students, of course. Dozens of young men and women who came to learn the way of tea, who practiced the precise angles of the bow, the proper way to fold the silk cloth, the correct number of scoops of powdered tea, the exact temperature at which water becomes ready for the ceremony. They were earnest and dedicated, and they carried with them the particular intensity of people who were trying very hard to achieve perfection. One of these students was a young man named Kenji. He was perhaps 25 years old, the son of a wealthy merchant, and he approached tea ceremony the way a warrior approaches battle, with fierce concentration and an unforgiving eye for detail. He had studied for 3 years, and his technique was flawless. His whisking produced the perfect froth. His movements were precise as calligraphy. His posture never wavered. Yet something was missing, though he could not name what it was. One autumn afternoon, when the maple leaves outside had turned the color of fire and the air held the first whisper of winter, Kenji arrived for his weekly lesson with Rikyu. The old master had prepared the tea room with seasonal arrangements, a single persimmon on a wooden stand, a scroll depicting geese flying across a pale moon, and the simple cracked bowl sitting beside the hearth where water heated in an iron kettle. Kenji entered, performed his bows with perfect depth and duration, and took his place on the tatami mat. He watched as Rikyu began the ceremony, each gesture flowing into the next like water finding its course. The old master's hands, gnarled with age and spotted with liver marks, moved with a grace that transcended the physical, and Kenji felt the familiar mixture of admiration and frustration that came from watching someone whose skill seemed effortless. When Rikyu lifted the cracked bowl to prepare Kenji's tea, the young man felt something tighten in his chest. He had seen this bowl many times, had drunk from it dozens of times, but today something about it bothered him. Perhaps it was the autumn light slanting through the paper screens, illuminating the golden crack with particular brightness. Perhaps it was his own growing perfectionism. Perhaps it was simply time for this moment to arrive. As Rikyu whisked the tea, creating a surface like jade foam, and placed the bowl before Kenji with both hands, the young man did something he had never done before. He spoke during the ceremony. "Master," he said quietly, "forgive my interruption, but I must ask, why do you use this bowl? Of all your collection, why this one?" Rikyu's expression did not change. He simply waited, allowing the question to complete itself. Kenji continued, his words coming faster now, tumbling out like water from a broken dam. "It is cracked. It is imperfect. You had bowls from the finest kilns in Japan, bowls that have won prizes, bowls that are worth more than my father's shop. Yet you choose this broken one. It troubles me, master. If we are seeking perfection in the way of tea, if we are striving for the highest expression of this art, should we not use vessels that reflect that perfection? Should we not eliminate all flaws, all imperfections? This crack," he gestured at the golden line, "it is a mistake, a failure in the firing. Why celebrate it?" The tea room fell silent, except for the gentle bubbling of water in the kettle, a sound the Japanese call matsukaze, the wind in the pines. Rikyu sat for a long moment, his old eyes resting on the bowl between them, on the golden crack that caught the afternoon light. Then he smiled, and it was the smile of someone who has been waiting patiently for a student to ask exactly this question. "Kenji," he said, his voice soft as falling leaves, "let me tell you what I see when I look at this bowl." He lifted it carefully, cradling it in both palms as one might hold a bird. Yes, there is a crack. The bowl split during firing, probably because the clay was not perfectly wedged, or because the heat was uneven in the kiln, or because of some other small imperfection in the process. By the standards of perfection you describe, this bowl failed. It should have been discarded, thrown back into the clay pile, forgotten. He turned the bowl slowly, letting the light play across its surface. But look what happened instead. Someone saw this crack not as a failure, but as an opportunity. They took precious gold and mixed it with lacquer, and they carefully, lovingly filled this crack, making the repair not invisible but highlighted, celebrated, transformed into something beautiful. The crack is now the most striking feature of the bowl. Your eyes go to it immediately, do they not? Kenji nodded, unable to speak. This is what we call kintsugi, Rikyu continued, the art of golden repair. But it is more than an art. It is a philosophy, a way of seeing the world. It teaches us that breakage and repair are part of the history of an object, not something to disguise or hide. The crack tells a story of heat and stress and survival, of damage and healing, of brokenness made whole again in a new way. He placed the bowl back on the mat between them. You speak of perfection, Kenji, and I understand this impulse. You have been taught to seek the perfect angle, the perfect temperature, the perfect movement. This is good. This is necessary training. But there is something beyond this kind of perfection, something the old Zen masters knew, something we call wabi-sabi. Rikyu paused, letting his student's mind settle before continuing. Wabi-sabi is the acceptance of imperfection and impermanence. It finds beauty not in the flawless, but in the flawed, not in the eternal, but in the fleeting, not in the pristine, but in the weathered. It sees the crack in the bowl, the moss on the stone, the rust on the iron kettle, and says, yes, this too is beautiful. This too belongs. This too is perfect in its own way. The old master gestured to the tea room around them. The worn tatami mats, the smoke-stained ceiling beams, the paper screens with their slight tears mended with fresh paper that didn't quite match. Everything here is imperfect, Kenji. The wood is weathered. The mats are aging. Even I am imperfect. Look at these hands, twisted with arthritis, spotted with age. By your definition of perfection, I should use only new things, smooth things, flawless things. But what would that teach? What truth would that contain? He lifted the bowl once more, his voice taking on a quality that reminded Kenji of wind moving through bamboo, of water flowing over stones. A Zen master named Ryokan once wrote, "The flower invites the butterfly with no mind. The butterfly visits the flower with no mind." Do you understand what he means? The flower does not try to be perfect to attract the butterfly. It simply is with its imperfect petals, its irregular shape, its particular scent. And the butterfly comes not because the flower is perfect, but because it is real, because it is itself, because it exists in this moment without pretense or striving. Rikyu set the bowl down gently, as if placing a sleeping child in a crib. This bowl is like that flower. It does not pretend to be something it is not. It does not hide its history or disguise its wounds. The crack is visible, celebrated even, and this honesty, this acceptance of its own nature, this is what makes it beautiful. This is what makes it perfect. Kenji stared at the bowl, and something was shifting inside him, like ice breaking up on a river in spring. He thought of his own life, his own striving for perfection, his own fear of any flaw or mistake. He thought of how he practiced the same movement 100 times, trying to eliminate every tremor, every hesitation. He thought of how he could not forgive himself when he made the smallest error, how he lay awake at night replaying moments when his whisk had moved too quickly or too slowly, when his bow had been a degree too shallow or too deep. He thought of the crack running through his own life, the death of his younger sister when he was 10, the rift with his father over his choice to study tea instead of business, the relationship that had ended badly 2 years ago, leaving him feeling broken and unworthy. He had tried so hard to hide these cracks, to appear smooth and whole and perfect to the world, but they were there nonetheless, golden veins of pain and loss running through the vessel of his life. "Master," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "I think I am beginning to understand." Rikyu nodded. "You are like many who come to the way of tea seeking perfection. You think that if you can just perform the ceremony flawlessly, if you can just eliminate every mistake, then you will find peace. But this is backwards. Peace does not come from perfection, it comes from acceptance. It comes from seeing yourself and everything else with the same compassionate eyes that saw beauty in this cracked bowl. The old master lifted the bowl once more and held it toward Kenji. Look closely at the crack. See how the gold follows the irregular line of the break, how it is wider in some places than others, how it catches the light differently from every angle. If someone had tried to make a perfect straight line of gold on this bowl, it would look artificial, imposed, false. But because the gold follows the natural crack, the authentic damage, it becomes part of the bowl's truth. It becomes beautiful precisely because it is honest. He handed the bowl to Kenji, who took it with both hands, trembling slightly. Feel the weight of it. Notice how the crack does not make it weaker, but perhaps stronger, down together now with gold and lacquer and intention. This bowl has been broken and repaired, and it is more precious to me than any pristine bowl that has never known damage, because it has a story, because it has survived, because it teaches me, every time I use it, that brokenness is not the end of beauty but sometimes the beginning of it. Kenji held the bowl, and for the first time he truly saw it, not as a flawed object that should have been perfect, but as a whole object whose flaw was integral to its wholeness. The crack was not separate from the bowl. It was part of the bowl's identity, part of its particular beauty, part of what made it this bowl and no other. Tears began to fall, silent and unexpected, dropping into the tea that had grown cold in the bowl. Kenji did not wipe them away. He let them fall, let himself crack open just slightly, let the golden light of understanding begin to seep into the breaks he had spent so long trying to hide. The Buddha taught, Rikyu said softly, that all things are impermanent, that everything changes, that nothing remains perfect and pristine forever. Even the most beautiful bowl will eventually crack or break. Even the most perfect tea ceremony will end. Even this moment, right now, is already passing into memory. This is not something to mourn. This is simply the nature of existence. He reached out and placed his weathered hand over Kenji's younger one, both of them holding the cracked bowl together. Your imperfections, the ways you have been broken, the ways you have failed, the ways you are not and never will be perfect. These are not obstacles to your practice. They are your practice. They are what you have to offer. The unique pattern of gold that runs through your life. The particular way you have been broken and repaired and made more beautiful through the process. The afternoon light was fading now, the tea room growing dim and peaceful. Outside, maple leaves drifted down like rust-colored snow, each one imperfect, each one perfect, each one completing its brief journey from branch to earth. Kenji set the bowl down carefully with a reverence born not from fear of further damage but from genuine appreciation for its particular beauty. He bowed to his teacher, and this time the bow was not perfectly measured or precisely angled. It was simply honest, a bending toward gratitude, an acknowledgement of something understood not with the mind but with the heart. That night, walking home through streets lit by paper lanterns, Kenji felt different, lighter somehow, as if he had set down a burden he didn't know he was carrying. The crack in his life, the losses and failures and imperfections, they were still there. They would always be there. But now perhaps they could be filled with gold, transformed from sources of shame into sources of beauty, into the very things that made his life uniquely his own. He thought of the bowl sitting in Rikyu's tea house, how it would be used again tomorrow and the day after, how it would continue to hold tea and serve its purpose, despite or perhaps because of its visible repair. He thought of how the crack caught the light, how it drew the eye, how it told a story of survival and transformation. And he understood, perhaps for the first time, what his master had been trying to teach him all along, that perfection is not the elimination of flaws, but the acceptance of them, the integration of them into the whole, the courage to let the cracks show and trust that they too have their own kind of beauty, their own necessity, their own gold. The tea has grown cold now, but its lesson remains warm. Let me tell you of another teacher who understood this truth. A ferryman who lived beside a wide river and spoke no words at all. Let your body settle even deeper now. Let the weight of the day drain away like water finding its level. We are moving slowly, gently, like a boat crossing calm water in the evening light. In a remote valley where two provinces met, there was a river, not a grand river like the Yangtze or the Yellow River, but a substantial one nonetheless wide enough that you could not throw a stone across it, deep enough that crossing required a boat, swift enough that swimming was dangerous except for the strongest swimmers in the calmest season. For as long as anyone could remember, there had been a ferry at this crossing. The road from the northern province came down through pine forests and emerged at a small landing where travellers would wait for passage. On the far side, the road continued south through terraced rice fields toward distant cities. Merchants crossed with their goods. Pilgrims crossed on their way to temples. Families crossed to visit relatives. Soldiers crossed during times of war, and lovers crossed to elope when their families forbade their union. And for 40 years, perhaps longer, no one could quite remember when he had first appeared. The ferry had been operated by a man whom the locals simply called the Silent One. No one knew his name. No one knew where he had come from or why he had taken up this work. No one had ever heard him speak a single word. He simply was there, as much a part of the landscape as the river itself, as the willow trees that grew along the banks, as the stones that lined the shore. Each morning, before dawn, he would emerge from a small hut on the southern bank. He was a man of indeterminate age. He might have been 50 or 70. It was impossible to say. His face was weathered like driftwood, his hair grey as river stones, his body lean and strong from decades of rowing. He wore simple clothes of rough hemp, faded to the colour of shadows, and his feet were bare in all seasons except the deepest winter. He would prepare his boat a wide, flat-bottomed vessel that could carry perhaps a dozen people, or several carts of goods checking the ropes, bailing any water that had collected overnight, testing the oars. Then he would push off from the shore and take his position, waiting. When travellers arrived, he would gesture a simple movement of his hand indicating where they should sit, how they should distribute their weight, where to place their bundles. If they offered payment, he would accept it with bow coins, rice, vegetables, whatever they could spare. If they had nothing, he would accept that too, his expression never changing, and he would ferry them across just the same. The crossing took perhaps 20 minutes when the current was calm, longer when spring floods swelled the river, longer still when autumn rains fell and the water turned brown with silt from the mountains. The ferryman would row with steady rhythmic strokes, reading the current like a farmer reads the sky, finding the easiest path across, never wasting motion, never hurrying, never hesitating. And he never spoke, not to greet passengers, not to give instructions, not to answer questions, not to acknowledge thanks. He communicated everything that needed communicating through gesture and presence, through the confidence of his movements and the clarity of his actions. People understood him perfectly without words. Among those who crossed regularly, stories accumulated about the Silent One. A merchant who crossed twice monthly swore that once, when his cart had tipped and spilled cloth into the river, the ferryman had dove in without hesitation and retrieved every bolt, laying them out on the boat to dry, refusing any additional payment. A mother travelling with a sick child remembered how the ferryman had rowed with exceptional gentleness that day, avoiding even the smallest waves, and how he had waited on the far shore, delaying his return journey until she had found a doctor in the village. There were darker stories too. Bandits had tried more than once to rob the ferryman, assuming his silence meant weakness. Each time they had ended up in the river, disarmed and humiliated but unharmed, treading water while the ferryman rowed calmly away. After the third attempt, the bandits left him alone, spreading word that the Silent One was not to be troubled. The truly observant travellers noticed something else about the ferryman. Despite his silence, despite his simple life, despite the repetitive nature of his work, he seemed deeply content. There was no resignation in his face, no weariness despite the decades of labour. Instead, there was a quality difficult to name, a kind of settledness, a peace that seemed to emanate from him like warmth from stones that have sat all day in the sun. One spring, a young monk named Daigu came to the crossing. He was perhaps 30 years old, recently ordained, full of questions and spiritual ambition. He had studied at a prestigious monastery for 5 years, had memorized countless sutras, had sat in meditation until his legs went numb, had debated philosophy with senior monks until his head spun. Now he was traveling to another monastery, seeking a master who could guide him to enlightenment. Daigu arrived at the ferry landing in late afternoon. The ferryman was on the far shore, returning with an elderly couple and their grandson. Daigu set down his traveling pack and waited, watching the boat approach. He observed the ferryman's steady strokes, the way the boat moved across the water as if following an invisible line, the economy of effort that spoke of deep skill. When the boat arrived and the family disembarked, thanking the ferryman with bows that he returned silently, Daigu stepped aboard. He placed a coin in the wooden box the ferryman kept for payments, then took a seat on the wooden bench. As they pushed off from shore, Daigu studied the ferryman's face, looking for some sign of awareness, some spark of consciousness that might indicate spiritual attainment. He saw weathered skin, calm eyes, steady breathing. Nothing more, nothing special, just a simple ferryman doing simple work. Disappointed, Daigu broke the silence. "Excuse me, ferryman. I am traveling to Baizhang Temple to study with the master there. Do you know it?" The ferryman continued rowing. He did not acknowledge the question with even a glance. Daigu tried again. "I have been studying the sutras for 5 years. I can recite the Heart Sutra from memory. Would you like to hear it?" The ferryman's strokes remained steady, rhythmic, unchanged. A small irritation began to kindle in Daigu's chest. He was a monk, a scholar, someone who had dedicated his life to the Dharma. Surely that deserved some acknowledgement, some respect. "The Buddha taught," Daigu said, his voice taking on a slight edge, "that words are important vehicles for transmitting truth. He gave thousands of sermons. He used language to point toward enlightenment. Yet you remain silent. Why? Are you mute? Are you simple-minded? Or do you think your silence makes you superior?" The ferryman rowed. The boat moved steadily across the water. A bird called from the willow trees on the southern shore. Daigu felt his irritation growing into something stronger. He recognized it as anger and was ashamed, but the recognition did not diminish the feeling. Here he was, a monk who had given up family and comfort and worldly success to pursue enlightenment, and this simple ferryman would not even acknowledge his presence, his questions, his earnest seeking. "The Buddha also said," Daigu continued, unable to stop himself now, "better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Surely one word from you would be better than this stubborn silence. Surely..." He stopped mid-sentence. The ferryman had turned to look at him for the first time, and Daigu felt the words die in his throat. The ferryman's eyes were not angry or judgmental. They were not even particularly focused on Daigu as a person. They were simply present, simply aware, simply there, like the surface of the water, reflecting everything without holding on to anything. In that gaze, Daigu saw something that made his heart clench with recognition. This was not the look of someone who was ignorant or simple. This was not the look of someone who was being deliberately difficult or superior. This was the look of someone who had moved beyond the need for words, who had found something that could not be spoken, who was demonstrating rather than describing the very peace Daigu had been seeking in all his studies and meditations. The ferryman held his gaze for another moment, then returned to rowing. But something had shifted. Daigu sat very still, watching the ferryman's movements with new eyes. The rowing was not just rowing. Each stroke was complete in itself, beginning, middle, and end, then released fully before the next stroke began. There was no anticipation of the far shore, no regret about the shore left behind. There was only this stroke, this moment, this particular placement of the oar in the water. The ferryman's breathing matched his movements, in as the oar pulled back, out as it swung forward. His whole body was engaged but not tense, active but not straining. He was not fighting the current, but working with it, finding where the river wanted to go and guiding the boat along that path. Daegu realized he was witnessing something he had read about in the sutras but never fully understood: meditation in action. The ferryman was not sitting cross-legged on a cushion with incense burning and a sutra in his lap. He was rowing a boat, and yet his rowing was a complete practice, a full expression of presence and awareness, a demonstration of the very enlightenment Daegu was traveling hundreds of miles to seek. The Buddha had said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." But the ferryman had gone further. He had found that even one word was too many, that the deepest truths could only be shown, not told, lived, not described. Daegu thought of all his studying, all his memorization, all his debates about the nature of reality and consciousness and enlightenment. He thought of the questions he had prepared to ask the great master at Baizhang Temple, sophisticated questions about emptiness and form, about self and no self, about the relationship between relative and absolute truth. He thought of how proud he had been of these questions, how clever he had felt in formulating them. And suddenly, they all seemed hollow. What good were 1,000 words about peace compared to the simple demonstration of peace in every stroke of the oar? What good was memorizing sutras about being present when this ferryman was so completely present that he didn't need to talk about it, didn't need to prove it, didn't even need to acknowledge it? The boat was approaching the southern shore now. Daegu could see the landing, the willow trees, the path that led up from the river toward the road south. In a few moments this crossing would be over. He would step out of the boat and continue his journey, and the ferryman would push off again to wait for the next passenger. But Daegu found he did not want to leave. He wanted to ask 1,000 questions. How had the ferryman found this peace? How long had he been doing this work? What practice had led him to such clear presence? But he understood now that these questions came from the same place his earlier irritation had come from his mind's desperate need to understand, to grasp, to turn direct experience into concepts he could study and analyze. The boat touched the shore with a gentle bump. The ferryman shipped his oars and stood, gesturing toward the landing with the same simple movement he had used thousands of times before with thousands of passengers. Daegu stood slowly. He gathered his traveling pack. Then, instead of stepping out of the boat, he did something that surprised himself. He set down his pack, knelt on the wooden boards of the boat, and performed a full prostration forehead, touching the damp wood, arms extended, the deepest bow of respect and gratitude that one Buddhist practitioner can offer another. When he raised his head, the ferryman was looking at him again, and this time just for a moment, so brief it might have been imagined. There was the smallest softening around his eyes, the faintest suggestion of a smile, an acknowledgement that passed between them without words, teacher to student, student to teacher, both of them just travelers on the great river of existence. Daegu stood, shouldered his pack, and stepped onto the shore. He walked a few paces up the path, then turned to look back. The ferryman was already pushing off, beginning his return journey to the northern shore, where other passengers would be waiting. Daegu watched until the boat was halfway across the river, until the ferryman was once again just a distant figure making steady strokes across the water. Then he turned south and began walking. But something had changed. His questions about enlightenment seemed less urgent now. His need to find a great master and receive profound teachings seemed less desperate. He had already received a profound teaching, not in words but in presence, not in explanation but in demonstration. He walked more slowly than he had been walking before reaching the river. He noticed things he had been too busy to notice: the particular green of new rice shoots in the paddies, the way afternoon light slanted through clouds, the feeling of the earth under his feet with each step. He was not trying to be mindful, he was simply there, walking, like the ferryman had been simply there, rowing. Years later, when Daegu had become a teacher himself, students would ask him about his training, about the masters who had shaped his understanding. He would tell them about the great teachers he had studied with, the koans he had worked through, the insights that had arisen during long retreats. But he would also tell them about a ferryman who never spoke, who operated a simple boat on a remote river, who taught the deepest truths not through sermons or sutras, but through the simple perfection of presence, through the complete absorption in each moment, through the demonstration that in lie. Attainment is not something to be achieved through striving, but something to be lived through, surrendering. Surrendering the need to speak, the need to explain, the need to be anything other than exactly what this moment requires. The Buddha taught that right speech is part of the Eightfold Path, Daigu would tell his students. But the ferryman taught me that sometimes the rightest speech is no speech at all. Sometimes the most profound teaching is given in silence, demonstrated rather than described, lived rather than lectured about. And his students would listen, and some of them would understand, and some would have to travel their own long journeys before they encountered their own silent teachers, whether ferrymen or street sweepers or farmers or their own simple breath moving in and out, teaching them in every moment without saying a word. The boat moves across the water still, though the ferryman has long since passed into memory and legend. The river flows as it has always flowed, carrying all things downstream, words and silence, questions and answers, students and teachers, all of it moving together toward the vast ocean where all distinctions dissolve into the one great water that has no name. As the ferry reaches the far shore, we too arrive at another understanding. Let us walk now into a garden where weeds grow wild and a monk learns to stop fighting what is. Your breath is slow now, easy, like wind moving through grass. There is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve. Just this story, just this moment, just this gentle unwinding toward rest. In the mountains of Korea, there was a monastery called Hyainsa, the temple of reflections on a calm sea. It was an old place, its wooden buildings weathered silver by centuries of rain and sun, its stone steps worn smooth by generations of monks, ascending and descending in their daily routines. The monastery was known throughout the region for many things. Its library of Buddhist texts, its meditation hall where monks sat in silence for weeks at a time, and most especially for its gardens. The gardens of Hyainsa were said to be the most beautiful in all the province. They had been designed 300 years earlier by a master gardener who had studied the principles of harmony and balance, who had placed each stone and planted each tree according to ancient aesthetic principles. The gardens followed the natural contours of the mountainside, incorporating streams and rock formations, creating spaces that invited contemplation and peace. For all those centuries, the gardens had been maintained with meticulous care. Each pine tree was trimmed to echo the shape of wind-bent trees on distant peaks. Each stone was cleaned of moss and lichen. Each path was swept daily. Each planting bed was kept absolutely free of weeds. Not a dandelion, not a blade of wild grass, not a single volunteer seedling was permitted to disrupt the carefully designed composition. The monk responsible for maintaining these gardens was named Tai Su, and he took his responsibility with the utmost seriousness. He had been appointed head gardener 7 years earlier, and in that time he had upheld the standards his predecessors had maintained for 3 centuries. He woke before dawn each day and worked until dusk, trimming and weeding and sweeping, ensuring that everything remained exactly as it should be. Tai Su was perhaps 45 years old, though he looked older. His face was deeply lined from years of squinting in the sun. His hands were calloused and scarred from thorns and tools, and his back ached constantly from bending over planting beds. But he wore his exhaustion like a badge of honor. The gardens were perfect. That was what mattered. He had 3 young monks who assisted him, and he drove them as hard as he drove himself. "Pull every weed," he would tell them. "Every single one. The moment you see green where green should not be, remove it. The gardens must be perfect. We are the guardians of 300 years of tradition. We cannot fail." The young monks would work until their fingers bled, pulling tiny seedlings from between stones, extracting the smallest sprout of clover from the raked gravel. They feared Tai Su's sharp tongue and sharper eye, the way he would make them redo an entire bed if he found a single missed dandelion. One autumn, a new abbot arrived at the monastery. His name was Seung San, and he was known as a master of Zen Buddhism, a teacher who had trained many students, and written commentaries on the old koans that were studied throughout the Buddhist world. He was an old man, perhaps 75, with a face like crumpled paper and eyes that seemed to see through surfaces to something beneath. For the first few weeks, Sung San simply observed the monastery's routines. He sat in meditation with the monks, ate meals in silence in the dining hall, walked the mountain paths in the early morning, and often he could be found in the gardens, sitting on one of the stone benches, watching Tai Su and his assistants at their endless work. One morning, Tai Su was on his hands and knees in one of the main courtyards, pulling weeds from between the paving stones with a small knife. He had been at this work for 2 hours already, and he had perhaps 2 more hours ahead of him to complete just this one courtyard. His back screamed with pain, his knees throbbed, sweat ran down his face despite the cool autumn air. He became aware of someone standing nearby. He looked up to see Abbot Sung San watching him with those deep, dark eyes. Tai Su scrambled to his feet and bowed. "Forgive me, Abbot. I did not hear you approach." Shang San waved away the apology. "You are very dedicated to your work. Every morning I see you here, pulling weeds. Every afternoon, pulling weeds. Every evening, pulling weeds. You must pull 10,000 weeds each day." There was something in his tone that made Tai Su uncertain whether this was praise or criticism. "The gardens must be maintained, Abbot. This is our tradition. For 300 years these gardens have been kept perfect, free of any wild growth, exactly as they were designed. It is my honor and duty to continue this work." Sang San nodded slowly. He walked over to where Tai Sa had been working and knelt down with some difficulty due to his age to look closely at the paving stones. Between 2 stones, barely visible, was a tiny sprout. Tai Sa had not yet reached it. "What is this?" Shung San asked. "A weed, Abbot. I was just about to remove it." "What kind of weed?" Tai Su looked more closely. He was not a botanist. He knew only that anything growing where it should not grow was a weed and must be removed. "I am not certain, Abbot. Perhaps chickweed or clover." "Look closer." Tai Su knelt beside the abbot, his knees protesting. He examined the tiny sprout, 2 small leaves, pale green, reaching toward the sun. "I believe it is a wild aster, Abbot." "Ah," said Seong San, "and if you left it, what would happen?" Tai Su was confused by the question. "It would grow, Abbot. It would spread. Soon there would be more. The garden would become overrun with wild plants. The design would be ruined. The 300 years of tradition would be broken." "I see." Shung San stood, brushing dust from his robes. "And this troubles you? The thought of a wild aster growing between stones?" "Yes, Abbot. Very much. It is my responsibility to prevent this." Sung San was quiet for a long moment, looking around the courtyard, at the carefully trimmed pines, the precisely raked gravel, the pathways swept clean of every leaf and twig. "Tell me, Tai Su," he said finally. "Do you know the teaching of Zen Master Shunryu Suzuki?" He said, "Treat every moment as your last. It is not preparation for something else." Tai Su bowed. "I have heard this teaching, Abbot." "And what do you think it means?" Tai Su considered. "Perhaps it means we should practice each moment with full attention, with complete presence, knowing that this moment is all we have." "Yes," said Sung San. "And are you practicing each moment with full attention? Or are you practicing for some future moment when the gardens will be perfect and you can finally rest?" The question landed in Tai Su's chest like a stone dropped into still water. He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. He wanted to say that he was fully present in his weeding, fully attentive to his work. But he knew it was not true. His mind was always ahead of his hands, thinking about the next weed, the next bed, the next day's work, the endless cycle of maintenance that would continue until he was too old to bend over and another monk would take his place. "I am not certain how to answer, Abbot." Seong San smiled. "That is a good answer. Uncertainty is the beginning of wisdom. Now let me ask you another question. Why do you pull the weeds? To maintain the gardens, Abbot, to preserve the design, to honor the tradition. But why must the gardens be maintained in this particular way? Who decided that wild asters are weeds, but cultivated asters are flowers? Who decided that moss on stones is unacceptable, but moss on the north side of that pine tree is picturesque? Who decided that nature in its wild form is wrong, and nature shaped by human hands is right? Taisu felt something shifting beneath him, as if the ground itself was becoming uncertain. The original designer decided, Abbot, 300 years ago, we are merely honoring his vision. Ah, said Song-san, so you are living for a dead man's vision. You are suffering, and make no mistake. You are suffering. I see it in your face and your hands and your back. You are suffering to maintain an idea that someone had 3 centuries ago about how nature should look. Does this seem wise to you? Taisu felt a flash of anger, quickly suppressed. How dare this new abbot, here for only a few weeks, question 300 years of tradition? How dare he suggest that Taisu's life's work was suffering in service to a dead man's idea? But beneath the anger was something else, a small voice asking, is he right? Song-san seemed to sense Taisu's turmoil. His voice softened. Come with me, I want to show you something. He led Taisu out of the manicured courtyard, down a path, past the carefully maintained beds, toward the edge of the monastery grounds where the gardens ended and the wild forest began. Here, at the boundary, was a place Taisu rarely visited, a small clearing where the gardeners dumped weeds and trimmings to decompose. It was a chaos of growth. The weeds that had been pulled from the gardens had seeded themselves here. Wild asters bloomed in purple profusion. Dandelions had gone to seed, their white globes catching the light. Clover carpeted the ground. Volunteer maples and pines sprouted everywhere. Butterflies moved from flower to flower. Bees hummed in the clover. A bird sang from a tangle of wild rose. Look at this, Song-san said. This is what you have been fighting against. This is what you spend your entire life preventing. Tell me, is it ugly? Is it wrong? Is it something to be destroyed? Taisu looked at the wild clearing, and something in his chest cracked open. It was beautiful, not in the controlled, calculated way of the monastery gardens, but in a different way, alive, abundant, generous, wild. Everything here was growing exactly as it wanted to grow, reaching towards sun and rain, flowering and seeding and dying and being reborn without any human hand shaping or controlling or judging. It is beautiful, Abbot, he whispered. Yes, said Sung-san, and this is what nature wants to do, not to conform to 300-year-old designs, but to grow wildly, abundantly, without restraint. The energy you spend fighting this, think of what you could do with that energy. Think of who you could be if you were not at war with wild asters. Taisu stood in the clearing, and tears began to run down his weathered face. He thought of the 7 years he had spent on his hands and knees, pulling weeds, fighting nature, maintaining an idea. He thought of his aching back, his scarred hands, his constant exhaustion. He thought of the 3 young monks he drove to exhaustion, teaching them that nature was the enemy and their job was to fight it every single day. But Abbot, he said, his voice breaking, if I do not maintain the gardens, what is my purpose here? This is my work. This is my practice. If I stop fighting the weeds, who am I? Song-san placed a hand on Taisu's shoulder. This is the real question, is it not? You have made war with nature into your identity. You have made suffering into your spiritual practice. You have made an old man's idea into your prison. And now you are afraid that without this prison, you will not know who you are. He gestured around the clearing. But look, nature does not need you to fight it. It is perfectly fine. It is doing what it has always done, what it will always do. The question is not what nature needs from you. The question is, what do you need? What would bring you peace? What would allow you to treat every moment as your last, instead of every moment as preparation for endless future moments of weeding? Taisu sank down onto a fallen log, his head in his hands. The question echoed in his mind. What would bring him peace? He sat there for a long time, Siang San standing quietly beside him, while bees hummed and birds sang and wild things grew all around them. And slowly, very slowly, an answer began to form, not in words but in a feeling, a softening, a release of something he had been holding tight for so many years. "I do not know, Abbot," he finally said. "I do not know what would bring me peace. I only know that what I have been doing has not brought it. 7 years of pulling weeds and I am no closer to peace than when I started, perhaps farther away." Shung San nodded. "This is wisdom. To see clearly what is not working is the first step toward finding what might work. Now I am going to give you a strange instruction. For the next month, you are not to pull a single weed from the monastery gardens, not one. You will still care for the gardens. You will water where watering is needed. You will support plants that need support. You will tend what needs tending. But you will not pull weeds. You will let them grow and see what happens." Taisu looked up, shocked. "But Abbot, the gardens will be ruined." The tradition, Siang San interrupted gently, "is not more important than your life. The tradition is not more important than this moment. The tradition is just an idea. And you are a living being who is suffering in service to that idea. For 1 month, we will try a different way. If after 1 month the monastery falls into the sea, if the Buddha himself comes down from the heavens to scold us, if the gardens become so overgrown that we can no longer walk through them, then you can return to your weeding. But I do not think this will happen. I think you will discover something surprising." And so began the strangest month of Taisu's life. The first few days were torture. He would see a dandelion sprouting in a gravel path, and his hand would reach for it automatically, but he would stop himself, remembering the abbot's instruction. He would see chickweed spreading in a planting bed, and anxiety would clutch at his throat, but he would breathe and walk past. The 3 young monks who assisted him were confused and secretly delighted. They still did their other garden work, but without the endless weeding, they had time to rest, to sit in meditation, to actually look at the gardens instead of always bending over them in service. After a week, Taisu noticed the first changes. Wild asters were indeed growing between the paving stones. Clover was spreading in the gravel. Moss was creeping back onto stones that had been kept bare for decades. But something unexpected was happening too. The wild growth was not chaotic or ugly. The asters bloomed purple and drew butterflies. The clover drew bees. The moss softened the stones, made them look ancient and peaceful rather than stark and controlled. After 2 weeks, Taisu found himself actually enjoying the gardens for the first time in years. Instead of seeing endless work, he saw beauty. He noticed flowers he had been too busy to see before. He heard birdsong he had been too stressed to listen to. He felt the sun on his face because he was not always bent over with his face toward the ground. His back began to hurt less. His hands began to heal. He slept better at night because he was not lying awake worrying about all the weeds he had not yet pulled. After 3 weeks, something shifted more deeply. One morning he was walking through the main courtyard where wild asters now grew freely between many of the paving stones, and he stopped to really look at them. They were beautiful, these tiny purple flowers reaching toward the sun. And suddenly he understood something that made him laugh out loud. He had been at war with beauty. He had been fighting against the very thing he was supposed to be cultivating. The garden's purpose was to create beauty and peace. But he had transformed them into a battlefield where he fought endlessly against nature, creating stress and suffering in the name of an idea about what beauty should look like. When the month ended, Abbot Sun San came to find Taisu in the gardens. The head gardener was sitting on a stone bench, simply sitting, watching light move through the leaves of a pine tree, watching a bee move from one wild aster to another. "Well?" the abbot asked. "What have you discovered?" Taisu smiled. "I have discovered that I was pulling weeds in my mind, Abbot. I was pulling and pulling, trying to remove every thought that did not fit my idea of how things should be, trying to maintain some perfect state that I could never achieve. The weeds in the garden were just a reflection of the weeds in my mind. And now Now I see that there are no weeds, there are only plants growing where they want to grow. Some I might gently redirect if they are truly causing harm, but most I can simply allow. Most I can even appreciate. The asters are beautiful. The bees are happy. The garden is still beautiful, just in a different way, a more alive way. Shun-san nodded. You have learned what Zen Master Shunryu Suzuki taught when he said, treat every moment as your last. It is not preparation for something else. You are no longer preparing the gardens for some future state of perfection. You are allowing them to be what they are right now, in this moment. And this is the real practice. Tai-su bowed deeply. Thank you, Abbot. You have given me back my life. From that day forward, the gardens at Heinz had changed. They were still beautiful, still peaceful, still inviting contemplation. But they were no longer perfect in the old, controlled way. They were perfect in a new way, alive with wild growth, humming with insects, soft with moss and volunteer seedlings. And Tai-su, no longer at war with nature, found the peace he had been seeking all those years on his hands and knees. Visitors to the monastery sometimes commented that the gardens looked different, wilder, less maintained. But those who sat quietly on the stone benches, who really looked and listened, said the gardens had never been more beautiful, had never invited more peace, because now they were not fighting against life. They were celebrating it. From this wild garden, a path leads us to a place where stillness itself becomes the teacher. Come now, let us follow a student who walked for many years, seeking what she already possessed. Your breathing is so soft now, so gentle. Let yourself drift with these words like a leaf on a stream, turning slowly in the current, going nowhere, already home. In the province of Hunan, in a time when seekers wandered from temple to temple seeking enlightenment, there lived a young woman named Mei Lin. She was the daughter of a scholar and had been raised with books and learning, her mind sharp as a blade, her questions endless as the sky. From childhood, she had wondered about the nature of existence, about consciousness and reality, about why there was something rather than nothing, about whether the self was real or an illusion. When she was 20 years old, her mother died suddenly, and Mei Lin felt the bottom drop out of her world. She sat by her mother's body and thought, where did she go? One moment there was breath and warmth in the presence of the person she loved most in the world. The next moment, nothing. Just a body growing cold. Just an absence so profound it seemed to swallow all light. She could not accept the easy answers the monks gave at the funeral. Your mother has been reborn in a better realm. Her karma was fulfilled. She has returned to the source. These words were like wind passing through an empty room. They moved the air but changed nothing, comforted nothing, explained nothing. And so Mei Lin decided to become a wandering student. She would travel from master to master, temple to temple, until she found the truth about life and death, about the nature of reality, about the secret that would finally bring her peace. She cut her hair short, dressed in the simple grey robes of a seeker, and set out with only a walking stick and a small bag containing a change of clothes, a bowl for baking rice, and a notebook in which she wrote down every teaching she encountered. For 3 years she travelled. She went first to a famous monastery in the mountains, where a renowned master taught the doctrine of emptiness. She studied there for 6 months, learning that all things are empty of inherent existence, that what we call reality is actually an interdependent web of causes and conditions with no solid, permanent essence. She memorized sutras, sat in meditation until her legs went numb, debated philosophy with other students. The master told her she was his most promising pupil. But when she left that monastery, she did not feel enlightened. She felt like she had accumulated more words, more concepts, more ideas. But the ache in her heart, where her mother's absence lived, was not diminished by a single grain. She traveled to another teacher who taught that enlightenment came through sudden realization, through breaking through conceptual thought into direct perception. She practiced koans, those puzzling questions that have no logical answer. What is the sound of one hand clapping? What was your face before your parents were born? She sat with these questions until her head hurt, until she wanted to scream with frustration. One day the master struck her with his stick and shouted, "Where is your mind?" And she shouted back, "I don't know." And he said, "Good, now you're beginning to understand." But she didn't feel like she understood anything. She just felt confused and bruised and far from home. She traveled to a teacher who said enlightenment came through compassion, through serving others. She spent a year working in a hospice for the dying, washing bodies, offering water, sitting with those in their final moments. The work was hard but meaningful, and she thought perhaps this was the answer. Perhaps peace came through forgetting yourself in service to others. But at night, lying on her mat, she still felt the same seeking, the same restlessness, the same sense that enlightenment was somewhere else, somewhere she hadn't yet reached, something she hadn't yet found. She traveled to a teacher who said enlightenment came through devotion, through chanting and prostrations and offerings. She learned to chant for hours, bowing hundreds of times each day until her forehead was bruised and her knees were swollen. The repetition was hypnotic, soothing even. But when she stopped chanting, the old questions returned like birds coming home to roost. She traveled to a teacher who said enlightenment came through studying the ancient texts, through understanding the intricate philosophical systems the old masters had developed. She learned about consciousness and its layers, about the 8 levels of awareness, about the transformation of the base into wisdom. Her notebook filled with diagrams and Sanskrit terms and complex explanations of how the mind works. But she still didn't know where her mother had gone. She still didn't know who or what she herself was. She still didn't have peace. 5 years passed. Maylin was now 25 years old, but she looked older, worn thin by endless traveling, by sleeping in meditation halls and under bridges, by eating whatever was offered, by the constant burning intensity of her seeking. Her notebook was full. She had learned from 15 different masters, had practiced 7 different meditation techniques, had memorized countless sutras, had bowed and chanted and debated and served, and she was exhausted. Exhausted not just in body, but in spirit. The seeking itself had become a kind of suffering, a constant feeling that she was not enough, that she had not done enough, that peace was always one more teacher away, one more practice away, one more realization away. She was walking along a country road, heading toward yet another monastery, where yet another famous master taught yet another approach to enlightenment, when she passed through a small village. It was late afternoon, the sun slanting golden through the dust raised by farmers returning from their fields. The village was nothing special. A cluster of houses, a well, a few chickens scratching in the dirt. And there, sitting on a bench outside a house, was an old woman. She might have been 70 or 80. Her face a map of wrinkles, her hair white as cloud. She was doing nothing, not spinning, not sewing, not working. Just sitting, watching the evening light, her hands folded in her lap. Maylin stopped. There was something about the woman's face, something about the quality of her stillness, that caught her attention. The old woman looked content. No, more than content. She looked complete, like a circle that had been closed, like a question that had been answered without words. Almost without thinking, Maylin approached. "Grandmother," she said, using the respectful term, "may I ask you something?" The old woman looked up, and her eyes were clear and dark and deep. "Of course, child. Sit if you wish." Maylin sat beside her on the bench. For a moment, neither spoke. A rooster crowed. A child laughed somewhere nearby. The light continued its slow golden descent toward evening. "Grandmother," Maylin said finally, "you look peaceful. You look like someone who has found what she was looking for. Can you tell me what is the secret? How did you find peace?" The old woman smiled, and her face creased into 1,000 lines, each one a story. "Peace? I don't know about peace. I just sit here. What else is there to do?" "But," Maylin struggled to explain, "I have been seeking for 5 years. I have studied with great masters. I have learned meditation and philosophy and devotional practices. I have traveled hundreds of miles, slept in ditches, gone hungry, pushed myself to the edge of my endurance. I have done everything they told me to do. And I still have not found what I'm looking for. I still have not found enlightenment." The old woman looked at her with something that might have been compassion or might have been amusement. And where do you think this enlightenment is? In what direction are you walking to find it? Mei Lin gestured down the road. There is a monastery 3 days' walk from here. A famous master teaches there. Perhaps he will have the answer. Ah, said the old woman. And if he does not have the answer, where will you go then? There is another teacher in the south and another in the east. I will keep searching until I find the truth. The old woman was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, Tell me, child, where were you born? The question seemed irrelevant, but Mei Lin answered, In a village much like this one, 3 provinces north of here. And where is your family home? In that same village. My father still lives there. When did you last see your father? Mei Lin felt something tighten in her chest. 5 years ago when I left to begin my searching. I see, said the old woman. So you left home to search for something, and you have been walking away from home for 5 years, going farther and farther, always towards some future place where you think you will find what you seek. But tell me, have you found it? Not yet, Mei Lin whispered. And in these 5 years of walking away from home, of going farther and farther in search of some distant truth, have you ever considered that what you seek might not be ahead of you, but behind you? Not in some future attainment, but in some past simplicity. Not in gaining something new, but in returning to something old. Mei Lin felt tears start to her eyes. The Buddha taught that there is a path to enlightenment, that there are practices to follow, that through effort and discipline we can achieve awakening. I have been following that path. I have been making that effort. The old woman nodded. The Buddha taught many things, but he also said something else. Do you know what he said? He said, There is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. He did not say happiness is at the end of the way, somewhere in the future, after you have walked far enough or practiced hard enough. He said, happiness is the way itself, the walking itself, the being itself, right here, right now. She gestured around them at the dusty village street, at the chickens, at the ordinary evening light. You think enlightenment is somewhere else, somewhere special, somewhere you have not yet reached. But what if it is here? What if it was always here? What if you have been running away from it for 5 years, mistaking the seeking for the finding, mistaking the journey for the destination? Mei Lin's tears were flowing freely now. But I have not achieved anything. I have not had any great realization. I am the same person I was 5 years ago, except older and more tired. Exactly, said the old woman, and there was such kindness in her voice. You are the same person. You were already complete 5 years ago, but you could not see it. You thought you needed to become someone else, to achieve some special state, to acquire some secret knowledge. So you left home literally and figuratively. You left the simple truth of your own being and went searching for it elsewhere. And of course you could not find it, because you left it behind when you started searching. She reached out and touched Mei Lin's hand, her fingers dry and warm. The Buddha also taught this. We suffer because we seek permanence in an impermanent world, because we seek solid ground where everything is flowing, because we seek to grasp and hold what cannot be grasped or held. Your mother died, and you could not accept this impermanence, so you went searching for some explanation that would make it acceptable, some truth that would make it hurt less. But child, the truth is simple. She lived, and now she is dead. This is the nature of all things. Resisting this truth, searching for some way around it, some spiritual bypass that would let you avoid the pain, this is what has kept you suffering for 5 years. Mei Lin felt something breaking open inside her, some hard shell she had been carrying around her heart. But how do I live with it? How do I accept that she is gone and I will never see her again? The old woman squeezed her hand. By being here, by stopping the running, by coming home to yourself, to this moment, to the simple truth of your existence. Your mother is gone, yes, and you are here. You are alive, you are breathing, the sun is setting, the rooster is crowing. This is what is real, not some future enlightenment, not some past happiness before your mother died. but this right here, right now. They sat together in silence as the sun touched the horizon. Maylene felt something shifting in her, some long-held tension beginning to release. She had been running for 5 years, and she was so tired. What if she just stopped? "Where are you going?" the old woman asked gently. "I was going to a monastery 3 days from here." "And why?" "To find enlightenment." "And if you do not go? If you turn around and go home instead, what will happen?" Maylene thought about this. What would happen? She would not study with the famous master. She would not add more notes to her already full notebook. She would not acquire more techniques or more teachings or more practices. She would just go home. She would see her father. She would sit in the house where she grew up. She would perhaps tend the small garden behind the house, cook simple meals, live an ordinary life. And suddenly that seemed not like failure, but like the deepest wisdom, to stop seeking and simply be, to stop running and simply rest, to stop trying to become someone else and simply accept who she already was. "I think," Maylene said slowly, "I think I will go home." The old woman smiled. "Good. That is very good. You have walked far enough away. Now walk back and see if what you left behind was not already what you were seeking." Maylene bowed deeply to the old woman, then stood and shouldered her bag. She turned around on the road, physically turning her body 180 degrees, and began walking back the way she had come, north instead of south, toward home instead of away from it. The journey took 3 months. She walked slowly, no longer in a hurry, no longer driven by desperate seeking. She stopped in villages and helped with harvests. She sat by rivers and watched water flow. She slept under stars and woke with dew on her blanket. She talked to farmers and merchants and children, asking no deep philosophical questions, just listening to their stories of ordinary life. And gradually, so gradually, she barely noticed it happening, something settled in her. The constant restlessness, the burning need to find something she did not have, the feeling that she was inadequate, incomplete, missing some essential piece, all of this began to quiet. When she finally arrived at her home village, it was early evening, much like that evening when she had met the old woman. The sun was slanting golden through the dust, chickens scratched in the dirt, and there, sitting outside the house where she had grown up, was her father. He looked older, his hair grayer, his face more lined. But when he saw her, he stood, and his face transformed with joy. "Maylene," he said simply. "Father," she replied. They embraced, and she felt herself crying again, but differently than before. Not the tears of desperate seeking, but the tears of homecoming, of release, of finally setting down a burden she had carried too long. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her father asked when they finally drew apart. Maylene smiled. "Yes and no. I found that what I was looking for was not where I thought it was. It was not in distant monasteries or in the teachings of famous masters. It was here all along. I just had to stop seeking long enough to see it." That night, she slept in her childhood room. The next morning, she woke before dawn and sat in the small garden behind the house. She did not sit in any special meditation posture. She did not follow any particular technique. She just sat, watching the light come, listening to the birds, feeling the air on her skin. And she understood what the Buddha had meant when he said, "There is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way." She had spent 5 years walking the way to happiness, mistaking the walking for the point, not realizing that happiness was already in each step, already in each breath, already here if she could only stop seeking long enough to notice. She never became a famous teacher. She never wrote commentaries on sutras, or gathered students, or gave profound Dharma talks. She simply lived in her village, cared for her father in his old age, tended the garden, helped neighbors, and lived each day with the simple awareness that exactly this, nothing more and nothing less, was already enough. Years later, seekers would sometimes pass through the village and hear about a woman who had studied with 15 masters and then given it all up to live an ordinary life. Some of them would seek her out, asking what she had learned, what secret she had discovered. She would always smile and say, "I learned that I was already home and didn't know it. I learned that what I was seeking me. I learned that the Buddha was right. There is no way to happiness, because happiness is the way itself, and the way is already beneath your feet, right now, in this moment, leading nowhere because you are already here. Some would understand, most would not. They would thank her politely and continue on their journey, seeking in distant places what was already present in their own hearts. And Meilin would watch them go with compassion, remembering herself at 20, setting out with such determination, such certainty, that enlightenment was somewhere else, something else, someone else. She would remember the 5 years of seeking, the exhaustion, the desperation, and she would remember the old woman on the bench who had asked the simple question that changed everything. What if what you seek is behind you, not ahead of you? What if it is here, not there? What if you are already home and just don't know it? The lantern of seeking had carried her far from home, and then by grace or luck or simple exhaustion had brought her back. And in that returning, in that stopping, in that final acceptance of what already was, she had found what she had been seeking all along. In the silence between stories, in the space between breaths, something is already here, already home, already at peace. Let us turn now to a teaching about mirrors and dust, about the mind's original nature, about the clarity that was never truly obscured. Your eyelids are heavy now, so heavy. Let them close if they wish. Let yourself sink deeper into rest as this story unfolds like a lotus opening in slow motion, petal by petal, revealing what was always at the center. In the mountains of southern China, during the Tang Dynasty, there was a monastery called Dongshan, the mountain of the east. It was a place of rigorous practice where hundreds of monks gathered to study the way of Zen under a master named Hongren, the 5th patriarch of the Zen lineage. He was old now, in his 70s, and he knew his time was growing short. Soon he would need to choose a successor, someone to whom he would pass the robe and bowl that had been handed down from teacher to student for generations, symbols of the transmission of wisdom from mind to mind. In this monastery there were 2 monks who stood out among all the others. The first was named Shinshu. He was the head monk, the most senior student, a man of perhaps 40 years who had studied with Hongren for more than 2 decades. He was learned and accomplished, knew all the sutras by heart, could lecture brilliantly on the deepest points of Buddhist philosophy. He had perfect posture in meditation, perfect discipline in all his practice. Everyone assumed he would be chosen as the next patriarch. He assumed it himself. The second monk was very different. His name was Huinan, and he had arrived at the monastery only 8 months earlier. He was young, perhaps 24, and he had come from the far south where he had worked as a woodcutter, supporting his widowed mother by selling firewood in the market. He was illiterate. He had never learned to read or write. He knew no sutras, no philosophy, no formal teachings. When he had arrived at the monastery and asked to study with Hongren, the master had looked at him for a long moment and then assigned him to work in the kitchen, hulling rice. For 8 months, Huineng had done this work. While the other monks sat in the meditation hall, he pounded rice. While they chanted sutras, he pounded rice. While they attended Dharma talks and engaged in sophisticated debates about the nature of reality, he pounded rice. He worked from before dawn until after dark, his hands blistered and calloused, his back aching, his simple mind focused on the simple task before him. The other monks barely noticed him. He was just the rice pounder, the illiterate southerner, the one who did the manual labor while they did the real work of spiritual cultivation. Even Sheng Shu, the senior monk, passed him daily in the kitchen without a second glance. One day, Hongren announced that he would soon choose his successor, but he would not simply appoint someone. Instead, he asked all the monks to compose a verse, a poem that would demonstrate their understanding of the Dharma. Whoever wrote the verse that showed the deepest realization would receive the transmission and become the 6th patriarch. The monks were excited and nervous. This was the opportunity of a lifetime. They went to their rooms and began composing, crossing out lines, starting over, trying to capture in words their understanding of the inexpressible. But Sheng Shu was confident. He had studied for 20 years. He understood the teachings deeply. He knew exactly what verse he would write, and he knew it would be chosen. That night, after the other monks had gone to sleep, he went to the wall of the main corridor and wrote his verse in large characters with a brush and ink. The body is the Bodhi tree. The mind is like a clear mirror standing. At all times we must strive to polish it, and must not let dust collect. Ebbed back and looked at his verse with satisfaction. It was good. It captured the essence of the practice. The mind is originally pure like a mirror, but it becomes obscured by dust, by defilements, by ignorance and desire. The spiritual path consists of constantly polishing this mirror, constantly removing the dust through meditation and ethical conduct and study, until the mirror becomes clear again and can reflect reality as it truly is. Yes, this was the teaching. This was what he had learned in 20 years of practice. This was worthy of a patriarch. The next morning, the monks discovered the verse on the wall. They gathered around it, reading it aloud, discussing it with admiration. How profound, they said. How clear and precise. Surely this is the verse of a master. They all assumed Shenshu had written it, though he had not signed it, and they congratulated him, certain he would be chosen. Even Hongren came to read the verse. He stood before it for a long time, his old face unreadable. Then he said, "This verse shows good understanding. All of you should memorize it and practice according to its teaching. It will prevent you from falling into the lower realms." But he did not name Shenshu as his successor. He simply returned to his room, saying nothing more. Shenshu was confused. The master had praised the verse, had told everyone to memorize it, but he had not given the transmission. What did this mean? That night, Hongren sent a message asking Shenshu to come to his room privately. "Your verse shows excellent understanding," the master said when Shenshu arrived. "You have studied well and your practice is sincere, but you have not yet seen your original nature. You are still standing outside the gate." The verse speaks of polishing the mirror, of striving to remove dust. This is good practice for one who is still on the path. But the final truth goes deeper than this. Come back when you have seen it. Shenshu left the master's room troubled and confused. What could be deeper than constant practice, constant polishing of the mind? What could be beyond the understanding he had developed in 20 years of dedicated study? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Huineng had heard about the verse on the wall. He could not read it himself. He had never learned to read, but he asked another monk to recite it to him. He listened carefully to Shenshu's verse. "The body is the Bodhi tree. The mind is like a clear mirror standing. At all times we must strive to polish it, and must not let dust collect." Huineng was quiet for a moment after hearing this. Then he said, "That is a good verse, but I have a different understanding. Would someone write down my verse as well?" The other monks were shocked. The illiterate rice pounder wanted to compose a verse. This was absurd, presumptuous. He knew nothing, had studied nothing. But one young monk, curious, agreed to write down whatever Huineng said. Huineng spoke slowly, and the young monk wrote his words on the wall next to Shenshu's verse. "Bodhi originally has no tree. The mirror also has no stand. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Where is there room for dust?" When the monks read this verse the next morning, they were stunned into silence. Some laughed, thinking it was nonsense or even blasphemy. Others felt something shift in their chests, some recognition they could not name. A few understood immediately and felt tears come to their eyes. The verse was the opposite of Shenshu's. Where Shenshu had said the mind is like a mirror that must be constantly polished to prevent dust from collecting, Huineng said there is no mirror and no dust. Where Shenshu emphasized effort and striving and constant practice, Huineng pointed to something that was already complete, already pure, that had never been defiled and therefore needed no polishing. Hongren came to read the new verse. He stood before it for a long time, even longer than he had stood before Shenshu's verse. His face showed nothing. Then he said, loudly enough for everyone to hear, "This verse also shows no understanding of the original nature. Whoever wrote this has not yet seen clearly. and he took his shoe and wiped the verse off the wall, erasing it completely. The monks were relieved. The electric rice pounder had been put in his place, the proper order had been restored. They returned to their practice, polishing their mirrors, striving to remove dust. But that night, in the middle of the night, Hongren went to the kitchen, where Huineng slept on a mat among the rice bags. He woke the young monk quietly and gestured for him to follow. They went to the master's room, and Hongren closed the door. Then he did something extraordinary. He bowed to Huineng, the master, bowing to the student, the patriarch bowing to the rice pounder. "You have seen it," Hongren said simply. "You have seen the original nature." Huineng bowed in return. "I have seen only what was always there, master. I have realized only what was never absent." Hongren nodded. "Explain your verse to me. Why did you say Bodhi has no tree and the mirror has no stand?" Huineng spoke quietly, his rough hands folded in his lap, his simple face illuminated by a single candle. "Master, Shen Shu's verse speaks of the mind as if it were a thing, an object that can be pure or impure, clean or dusty. It speaks of practice as polishing, of spiritual cultivation as removing what obscures the mirror. This is a good teaching for those who are still caught in dualistic thinking, who believe in a self that practices and a goal to be achieved. It will help them develop discipline and concentration. But the deeper truth is this: the mind is not a thing. It is not an object that can be pure or impure. Buddha nature, our original nature, the nature of awareness itself, is not something that can be defiled or purified. It is like space. Can space be made dirty? Can you stain the sky? Can you polish emptiness? He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was even softer, barely above a whisper. The mirror Shen Shu speaks of it does not exist. There is no mirror standing anywhere. There is only awareness, naturally clear, naturally empty, naturally luminous. And this awareness has never been obscured. What we call obscuration, the dust on the mirror, this is just thoughts, just passing clouds. But clouds do not stain the sky. They pass through it, but the sky remains untouched, unchanged, always clear. Similarly, thoughts and emotions pass through awareness, but awareness itself is never defiled by them. We think we need to remove the thoughts, to polish the mind, to achieve some special state of purity. But this very thinking, this belief that we are impure and need to become pure, this is the only obscuration, this is the only dust. Hongren was quiet, listening with complete attention. Huineng continued. When I was working in the marketplace selling firewood to feed my mother, I heard a monk reciting the Diamond Sutra. He chanted the line, "Let your mind function freely without abiding anywhere." In that moment I understood, the mind is already free. It already functions without abiding anywhere. We do not need to make it free. We only need to recognize what it already is. So I say, Bodhi originally has no tree. The enlightenment we seek is not something growing somewhere that we must cultivate. The mirror also has no stand. There is no mind object that exists somewhere that must be kept clean. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Our original nature has never been defiled, not for even one instant. Where is there room for dust? Where could dust possibly land in something that has no surface, no substance, that is pure openness, pure awareness, pure presence? Hongren smiled, and tears ran down his old face. "Yes," he said, "yes. You have seen what I have been trying to teach for 40 years. You have realized in 8 months what Shen Shu has not realized in 20 years. Not because you are smarter or more diligent, but because you were not caught in the trap of learning, not deceived by the idea that enlightenment is something to be achieved through effort and accumulation. You came here as a simple woodcutter who could not read. This was your great advantage. You had nothing to unlearn, no sophisticated concepts to see through, no pride in your spiritual accomplishment to dissolve. You just pounded rice, and in that pounding you remained what you always were, pure awareness functioning freely without abiding anywhere." The master reached behind him and lifted 2 objects, a robe and a bowl. These were the symbols of transmission, passed down from master to student for 6 generations, from Bodhidharma to Huike to Senkan to Daoxin to Hongren. And now I give you these, Hongren said. You are now the 6th patriarch, but you must leave immediately, tonight. If the other monks discover I have given the transmission to you instead of Sheng Shu, they will be angry. Some may even try to harm you. Take the robe and bowl and go south, back to your home province. Hide there for many years. Practice in obscurity. When the time is right, when you are ready, you will emerge and begin to teach. But for now, go quickly and quietly. Huaining accepted the robe and bowl, bowed deeply, and left that night. He walked south for many weeks, traveling only at night, hiding during the day. He returned to his home province and lived in obscurity for 15 years, sometimes staying in monasteries as an ordinary worker, sometimes living alone in the mountains, sometimes working odd jobs in villages. And all that time, he never polished the mirror. He never strived to remove dust. He simply rested in the awareness that there was no mirror and no dust, that his original nature had never been obscured, that what he was seeking was what was already seeing, already knowing, already present in every moment. When he finally emerged from obscurity and began to teach, thousands of students came to him. Many were learned monks who had studied for decades, who knew all the sutras, who had polished their mirrors diligently, and Huaining would tell them gently, compassionately, the same thing he had realized so many years ago. You are trying to polish a mirror that does not exist. You are trying to remove dust from something that has no surface. Your original nature, your Buddha nature, is already pure, already complete, already enlightened. Not enlightened in the future after you practice enough. Not enlightened in the past before you made mistakes. Enlightened right now, in this very moment, exactly as you are. The only thing obscuring this is your belief that it is obscured. The only dust on the mirror is your idea that there is dust. When you stop trying to remove the dust, when you stop trying to polish the mirror, when you simply recognize that there is no mirror and no dust in that moment, you are already what you have always been, already home, already free, already at peace. One of his students once asked him, "Master, if we don't need to practice, if we are already enlightened, then what should we do? Should we just stop meditating, stop studying, stop trying to cultivate virtue?" Huaining smiled. "I did not say you should not practice. I said you should understand what practice is for. Practice is not to become enlightened. You are already enlightened. Practice is to recognize and stabilize this recognition. It is to see clearly what was always true, but what we kept overlooking because we were too busy seeking it. Meditation is not polishing the mirror. It is recognizing that there is no mirror. Study is not accumulating knowledge to make you worthy of enlightenment. It is seeing through the concepts that keep you from recognizing your original nature. Ethical conduct is not earning karma points to achieve some future reward. It is the natural expression of awareness that recognizes itself in all beings and therefore cannot harm. So practice, yes, but practice with understanding. Practice knowing that you are not trying to get somewhere, but recognizing where you already are. Practice knowing that you are not trying to become someone, but discovering who you already are. Practice knowing that the goal is not ahead of you, but right here, right now, in this breath, in this moment, in this awareness that is reading these words and understanding their meaning. Years later, when Huaining was old and his own death was approaching, his students asked him who would be his successor. He smiled and said, "Everyone and no one. The transmission has already been given to each of you. Your original nature is already the same as my original nature, is already the same as the Buddha's nature. There is nothing more to transmit. You are already holding what you seek. You are already what you seek. You are already home." He died quietly one evening, sitting in meditation, returning to what he had never left, the vast spaciousness of awareness, the mirror that was never a mirror, the purity that was never defiled, the home that was never departed from. And his teaching continues, echoing down through the centuries, reminding those who have ears to hear, Bodhi originally has no tree. The mirror also has no stand. Buddha nature is always clean and pure. Where is there room for dust? Right now, in this moment, as you listen to these words, awareness is present. Not awareness of something. Not awareness trying to achieve something. Just awareness itself, clear, open, luminous, untouched by any thought or emotion that passes through it, like the sky untouched by clouds, like space unaffected by all the things that appear within it. This awareness is your original nature. It has been here all along, in every moment of seeking, in every moment of confusion, in every moment of joy and sorrow and boredom and excitement. It has never been absent. It cannot be absent. It is what you are, what you have always been, what you will always be. There is no mirror to polish. There is no dust to remove. There is only this presence, this awareness, this simple being here now, already complete, already whole, already at peace. Rest in this. Not as an achievement, but as a recognition. Not as something gained, but as something that was never lost. Let the seeking quiet. Let the striving cease. Let yourself be what you already are. The clear mirror that was never a mirror. The pure sky that was never stained. The original face that was yours before you were born and will be yours after you die. The awareness that is reading these words right now, that is here, that is home, that has never left and can never leave because it is what you are. The mirror reflects still, as it always has. Now let me share what it once showed me in a forest where a woodcutter learned that enlightenment looks exactly like ordinary life. Your body is so relaxed now, so soft and heavy. Let yourself sink even deeper as the story unfolds, as simple and steady as the swing of an axe, as rhythmic as breathing, as natural as trees growing toward light. In a remote valley in northern Japan, where mountains rose sharp against the sky and forests grew thick with cedar and pine, there lived a woodcutter named Takeshi. He was a man of perhaps 50 years, though it was hard to say exactly. His face was weathered by sun and wind, his body lean and strong from decades of labor, his hands calloused and scarred from handling rough wood and sharp tools. Takeshi lived alone in a small wooden house at the edge of the forest. He had never married, had no children, no family to speak of. His parents had died when he was young, and he had been raised by the forest itself, learning to read the trees, to know which ones were ready to be cut, how to fell them safely, how to split the wood and carry it to market in the town half a day's walk away. His life was simple and followed an unchanging rhythm. Each morning he would wake before dawn, eat a simple breakfast of rice and pickled vegetables, gather his tools axe, saw, rope and walk into the forest. He would select a tree, bow to it before cutting, then spend the morning felling it and trimming the branches. In the afternoon he would split the wood into pieces that could be carried and stacked. In the evening he would return home, prepare a simple meal, sit by his fire for a while, then sleep. Day after day, year after year, decade after decade. The same rhythm, the same work, the same simple life. To an outside observer, it might have seemed monotonous, even meaningless. Just an old man cutting wood, selling it for barely enough to survive, living alone with no accomplishments, no legacy, no mark on the world. But there was something about Takeshi that people noticed when they encountered him. He had a quality of presence, of settledness, of peace that was unusual. When he came to town to sell his wood, he moved without hurry, but without hesitation. When he spoke, which was rarely, his words were simple and direct. When he sat to rest, he was completely still, not fidgeting or looking around, but simply present like a stone or a tree. One autumn, a young merchant named Kenji came to the valley. He was from a wealthy family in Kyoto, and he had been studying Zen Buddhism for 3 years at a prestigious temple. He had learned to sit in meditation, had memorized many koans, had listened to countless Dharma talks from famous masters. He was intelligent and sincere, and he was convinced that he was on the path to enlightenment, but he was also restless, dissatisfied, seeking. He felt that despite all his practice, all his study, something essential was eluding him. The masters spoke of living in the present moment, of finding enlightenment in ordinary activities. But when Kenji tried to do this, it felt forced and artificial. He was always watching himself, always checking whether he was being mindful enough, present enough, enlightened enough. So he had decided to take a year away from the temple, to travel and perhaps find a master who could show him what he was missing. He had heard that in remote mountains and forests, away from the sophisticated temples and their complex teachings, there were sometimes simple people who had realized profound truths through their ordinary lives. He came to this valley in late autumn, when the leaves were turning gold and red, when the air had a sharp edge that spoke of coming winter. He was staying at a small inn in the town, and one morning he saw Takeshi arrive with a cart of wood, neatly split pieces of cedar and pine stacked with careful precision. Kenji watched as the woodcutter unloaded his wood, speaking briefly with the merchant who bought it, accepting his payment with a small bow. There was something in the way Takeshi moved, economical, present, unhurried, that caught Kenji's attention. He approached the woodcutter as he was preparing to leave. "Excuse me, sir. I am a traveller studying the way of Zen. May I ask, do you practice meditation?" Takeshi looked at him with calm, dark eyes. "I cut wood," he said simply. "Yes, I see that. But do you practice any spiritual discipline? Do you meditate? Do you study sutras?" "I cut wood," Takeshi repeated. "I carry water. I sweep my floor. What else is there?" Kenji felt a small shock of recognition, though he wasn't sure why. This was the famous Zen saying he had heard many times. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. But he had always thought it was just a saying, a metaphor. He had never met someone who seemed to embody it so completely. May I come and observe you working? I am seeking to understand how practice and ordinary life are connected." Takeshi shrugged. "If you wish, I will be in the forest tomorrow morning, same as always. Follow the path north from town. You will find me." The next morning before dawn, Kenji set out. He followed the narrow path through the forest, walking carefully in the dim light. After perhaps an hour, he heard the sound of an axe biting into wood, a clean, sharp sound that echoed between the trees. He found Takeshi in a small clearing, working on a large cedar that had already been felled. The woodcutter was trimming branches with smooth, precise strokes of his axe. He acknowledged Kenji with a brief nod, but did not stop working. Kenji sat on a fallen log and watched. At first, he tried to observe in the way he had been taught mindfully, analytically, looking for the secret teaching hidden in the woodcutter's actions. He watched how Takeshi positioned his feet, how he gripped the axe, how he gauged the angle and force of each stroke. He looked for signs of special awareness, of meditative concentration, of enlightened consciousness. But he saw nothing special, just a man cutting wood. The axe would rise, arc through the air, fall with a solid thunk into the wood. Again, and again, and again, rhythmic, steady, unremarkable. After an hour, Kenji spoke. "Master." "I am not a master," Takeshi interrupted, not pausing in his work. "I am a woodcutter. Forgive me, but I am trying to understand. I have been studying Zen for 3 years. I meditate every day, sometimes for hours. I study koans. I listen to Dharma talks from learned monks, but I feel like I am missing something essential. And watching you work, you seem to have a quality of presence, of peace that I am seeking. Can you teach me?" Takeshi stopped his work and leaned on his axe. He looked at Kenji with those calm eyes. "What are you doing right now?" he asked. I am watching you, observing, trying to learn. And where is your mind?" Kenji thought about this. "My mind it is analyzing your movements, trying to understand what makes them different, what spiritual quality they possess, what I can learn from them." "So your mind is not here. It is in the future, in what you might learn, in what you might achieve, in some improved version of yourself that will exist after you have learned whatever you think I can teach you." Kenji felt something tighten in his chest. It was true. Even now, sitting in this peaceful forest watching a simple man work, he was not really here. He was already imagining himself returning to the temple, sharing the profound insights he had gained from the enlightened woodcutter, impressing his fellow students with his deeper understanding. "You are right," he admitted quietly. Takeshi nodded. "The Buddha taught that we create our own suffering through attachment and aversion, through clinging and pushing away. You are clinging to an idea of enlightenment, of special understanding, of achieving some state that is different from this moment right now. And this clinging, this is what prevents you from being where you are." He picked up his axe again. "I will keep working. You may stay and watch, or you may leave. It does not matter. But if you stay, try something. Instead of watching me and analyzing my actions, just be here. Feel the cool air. Hear the sound of the axe. Smell the cedar wood. Be in this moment, not in some future moment when you think you will understand." Takeshi returned to his work, and Kenji sat on the log. He tried to follow the instruction to stop analyzing, to just be present. It was harder than he expected. His mind kept wanting to grasp, to understand, to achieve. But gradually, as the morning wore on and the sun rose higher, he began to settle. The sound of the axe became hypnotic. Thunk, pause, thunk, pause, thunk. Between the sounds, there was the whisper of wind in the high branches, the distant call of a bird, the rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth. The air was cool and smelled of sap and fallen leaves. The light filtered through the canopy in shifting patterns. Kenji felt something beginning to quiet in him. The constant mental chatter, the endless seeking and analyzing and judging, began to recede like a tide going out. And in the space it left, there was just this. The forest. The sound of work. The present moment, exactly as it was, requiring nothing, lacking nothing. At midday, Takeshi stopped to rest and eat. He pulled out a simple lunch rice balls and pickled radish and gestured for Kenji to join him. They sat together in comfortable silence, eating slowly, the forest peaceful around them. "May I ask you something?" Kenji said after a while. Takeshi nodded. "The saying goes, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. I've always wondered if the actions are the same before and after. Then what is the difference? What changes?" Takeshi smiled slightly. "Everything changes, and nothing changes." He gestured around at the forest. "Before, when I was young and first learning this work, I cut wood to survive. I was always worried about cutting enough, about selling it for a good price, about having enough money for food and shelter. My mind was full of fear and planning and effort. I cut wood, but I was not really there. I was always somewhere else in my worries, in my plans, in my ideas about how things should be different. Over time, through years of this work, something shifted. I cannot tell you exactly when or how, but gradually I stopped being somewhere else. I stopped fighting with what is. I just cut wood, not for some future purpose, not to achieve some goal, not to become someone or get somewhere. Just cutting wood because this is what is happening right now. The tree is in front of me, the axe is in my hand. My body knows how to do this work, so I do it." He paused, looking at the half-trimmed tree. "Now, when I cut wood, I am completely here. The worries are still there. Sometimes I am not a stone, I still need to eat and live, but they do not pull me away from this moment. I can worry when it is time to worry and cut wood when it is time to cut wood. Before, everything was mixed together and I was never fully present with anything. Now, each activity is complete in itself. So the Zen saying is true before and after. I chop wood and carry water. The actions are the same, but before, I was doing these actions while being elsewhere. After, I am doing these actions while being here. That is the only difference. But it is everything." Kenji felt tears coming to his eyes. He understood something in this moment that 3 years of sophisticated teaching had not shown him. Enlightenment was not some special state, not some achievement to be gained through intense practice. It was simply being fully present with whatever you were doing, not seeking to be somewhere else, someone else. Just being here, completely here, with this breath, this action, this moment. "But how?" he asked. "How do I learn to be present like this? I try, but my mind keeps wandering, keeps seeking, keeps grasping." Takeshi stood and picked up his axe. "You learn the same way I learned, through practice, not meditation practice in a special hall with incense and bells. Practice in the activity itself. You want to learn to be present? Then do something and keep doing it. Not for achievement, not for gaining some special state, but just doing it with your whole being. For me, it was cutting wood. For you, it might be something else, whatever your life requires of you. Cook meals, wash dishes, sweep floors, walk, sit, breathe. Do these things completely, with your whole attention, not trying to get somewhere but just being with the doing itself. And gradually, over time, maybe months, maybe years, the habit of being elsewhere will weaken, and the ability to be here will strengthen." He returned to his work, and Kenji watched with new eyes. He saw now that every stroke of the axe was complete in itself. Takeshi was not rushing to finish the tree so he could move on to something else. He was not thinking about how many trees he needed to cut this week, or how much money he would make. He was just here, with this stroke, this piece of wood, this moment. Kenji stayed with Takeshi for a month. Each day he would come to the forest and simply be present as the woodcutter worked. Some days Takeshi would let him help, teaching him how to hold the axe, how to read the grain of the wood, how to split it most efficiently. Kenji discovered that cutting wood was harder than it looked. It required attention, presence, a kind of meditation in action. And gradually something shifted in him too. The constant seeking, the endless analysis, the feeling that enlightenment was somewhere else, something else, all of this began to quiet. Not because he was achieving something, but because he was learning to stop trying to achieve. He was learning to just be with what was, as it was. One morning, near the end of his stay, he was helping Takeshi stack split wood. They worked in comfortable silence, each piece placed carefully on the growing pile. And suddenly Kenji laughed. Takeshi looked at him questioningly. "I just realized," Kenji said, "that I came here seeking enlightenment, seeking some special teaching, some profound realization. And what I found is this: stacking wood, being here, nothing special at all." Takeshi smiled. "Yes, nothing special, everything ordinary. And this ordinariness, this is the most profound teaching, because this is where we actually live, not in some special state achieved through years of practice, but in the simple, ordinary moments of washing dishes and stacking wood and breathing in and out. The masters at your temple, with all their wisdom and their sophisticated teachings, they also eat rice and wash their bowls and use the toilet. Enlightenment does not make you float above the earth. It just allows you to walk on the earth with your whole being, completely present with each step. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. This is the whole teaching. There is nothing more to seek." When Kenji finally left to return to his temple, he bowed deeply to Takeshi. "Thank you for showing me what all my years of study could not show me." Takeshi bowed in return. "I showed you nothing. You discovered what was always here, not hidden in some distant monastery or special practice, but in the simple act of being fully present with life as it unfolds, moment by moment, breath by breath, action by action." Years later, Kenji became a teacher himself. And when students came to him seeking enlightenment, seeking special teachings and profound realizations, he would sometimes smile and think of the woodcutter in the forest, and he would tell them, "Go and wash the dishes, sweep the floor. Do these simple things completely with your whole being. This is the practice. This is the path. This is enlightenment, not somewhere else, but right here, in the ordinary activities of ordinary life." And some students would understand. They would bow and leave and return to their simple tasks, discovering in the washing of a bowl or the sweeping of a floor the same presence, the same peace, the same completeness that Kenji had discovered, watching a woodcutter's axe rise and fall in a quiet forest, teaching without teaching, showen, ji without showing, simply being what he was, a man cutting wood. A man living his simple life with such complete presence that the simple became profound and the ordinary became sacred. The axe falls still in forests far from here, in moments that are always now. As the rhythm of work continues, another rhythm calls to us from across the years, the sound of a bell that rang only once and taught a monk to stop chasing what cannot be recreated. Let your breathing slow even more. Let yourself drift deeper into rest. This story is about letting go of perfection, about the beauty of things that happen only once and then are gone forever. In the high mountains of Tibet, where the air is thin and clear and the sky seems close enough to touch, there was a monastery called Sami Ling, the Temple of Unexpected Appearances. It sat on a plateau surrounded by snow-capped peaks, its white walls bright against the dark stone of the mountains, its prayer flags snapping in the constant wind that swept down from the glaciers. The monastery was home to perhaps 60 monks, ranging from young boys just beginning their studies to old masters who had spent their entire lives in these mountains. And like all Tibetan monasteries, it had bells, large bronze bells that marked the hours of the day, that called the monks to prayer, that rang out across the valley to remind all who heard them of impermanence and awakening. The largest bell hung in the main temple hall. It was ancient, perhaps 500 years old, cast by craftsmen whose names had been forgotten. It was nearly as tall as a man and covered with inscribed mantras and images of Buddhas and bodhisattvas. When struck properly with the heavy wooden striker, it would produce a deep, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate not just in the air, but in the chest, in the bones, in the very earth beneath your feet. The monk responsible for ringing this bell was named Dorje. He was perhaps 35 years old, thin and serious, with the intense dedication that some practitioners bring to even the smallest tasks. He had been the bell ringer for 7 years, and he took his responsibility with the utmost seriousness. He rang the bell at dawn, at noon, at dusk, and at midnight, marking the rhythm of monastic life with perfect regularity. Dorje had spent countless hours learning the proper technique for striking the bell, the angle of approach, the force of the swing, the exact spot on the bell's surface where the striker should make contact. All of this had to be precise to produce the perfect tone. Too hard and the note would be harsh. Too soft and it would be muffled. Too high on the bell and it would ring thin. Too low and it would sound dull. But when everything was exactly right, when the striker hit at precisely the correct angle with precisely the correct force in precisely the correct location, the bell would sing. Not just ring, but truly sing, producing a tone so pure and resonant that it seemed to contain all sounds within it. A note that would hang in the air for what seemed like minutes, slowly fading like a sunset fading into night. Dorje lived for these moments of perfect sound, when he managed to strike the bell just right, when that pure tone rang out. He felt a satisfaction that nothing else could provide. This, he thought, was his spiritual practice. This was his meditation, his offering, his path to awakening, the pursuit of the perfect bell strike, repeated 4 times a day, every day, for years. One autumn, a terrible storm came to the mountains. The wind howled like demons, battering the monastery walls. Rain fell in torrents, turning to sleet and into snow as the temperature dropped. Lightning split the sky, thunder echoing between the peaks like the gods themselves were at war. The monks huddled inside, keeping the butter lamps lit, continuing their prayers despite the fury outside. Dorje, as always, prepared to ring the bell at midnight. He made his way through the dark temple to where the great bell hung, waiting as it had waited for 500 years. Just as he raised the striker, just as he prepared to swing, the storm reached some kind of crescendo. Lightning and thunder struck at the exact same instant, not the usual delay between flash and sound, but simultaneous, as if the lightning had struck somewhere very close, perhaps on the monastery itself. The entire building shook, and in that moment of shaking, something happened that Dorje would remember for the rest of his life. The bell rang, not from his striker. He had not yet completed his swing. The bell rang from the vibration of the thunder, from the shaking of the building, from some perfect confluence of forces that no human hand could have orchestrated. and the sound it produced was unlike anything Dorje had ever heard. It was perfect, more than perfect. It was a tone of such purity, such depth, such resonance, that it seemed to stop time itself. The note hung in the air, impossibly rich, containing within it what seemed like infinite harmonics, layers upon layers of sound that revealed themselves as you listened. It was the sound of the cosmos itself, the sound of emptiness, the sound of awakening made audible. Dorje stood frozen, the striker still raised, as the note slowly faded. It seemed to go on forever, that single pure tone gradually diminishing, growing quieter but not less pure, fading like a star fading in the dawn, until finally it was gone, and there was only the sound of rain and wind and the pounding of Dorje's heart. He completed his swing mechanically, striking the bell as he always did. It rang with its usual good tone, the result of 7 years of practice and attention. But compared to what he had just heard, it sounded flat, ordinary, dead. Something had broken open in Dorje's chest. He had heard perfection. He had heard what the bell could truly do, the sound it was truly capable of producing. And now he knew that all his years of careful practice, all his precise technique, all his perfect regular bell ringing had never once produced a sound even close to what the storm had created in a single instant. The next day, after the storm had passed and the sky was clear and impossibly blue, Dorje returned to the bell. He studied it from every angle, trying to understand what had happened. Had the thunder struck it at some special location? Had the vibration of the building created some unique effect? Had the temperature or humidity or air pressure been different? He tried to recreate it. At the next bell ringing, he struck at a slightly different angle. The tone was good, but not the same. He tried striking harder, not the same. He tried striking more softly, more quickly, more slowly. He tried different positions, different approaches. Nothing worked. For weeks he became obsessed. Every time he rang the bell, he was trying to recreate that perfect sound. He would experiment with tiny variations in technique, making notes about what worked and what didn't. He would strike the bell dozens of extra times, trying to find the exact combination of factors that would produce that transcendent tone. The other monks began to notice. "Why is the bell ringing at odd hours?" they asked. "Why does Dorje look so tired, so haggard?" Dorje's meditation practice suffered. His sleep suffered. He could think of nothing but the bell, the sound, the perfect tone that he had heard once and could not recreate. It haunted him like a ghost, like a lover lost, like a glimpse of nirvana that had vanished before he could grasp it. One morning, the head Lama sent for him. Lama Tenzin was an old man, perhaps 80, who had lived in these mountains his entire life. His face was deeply lined, his eyes bright and clear, his presence calm as deep water. "Sit, Dorje," he said when the bell ringer arrived. Dorje sat, exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. "You are suffering," Lama Tenzin said simply. "Tell me why." And Dorje told him everything about the storm, about the perfect sound, about his desperate attempts to recreate it, about his growing obsession and frustration and despair. Lama Tenzin listened without interrupting. When Dorje finished, the old Lama was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Do you know what the Buddha taught about impermanence?" "Yes, Lama, all things are impermanent. Everything that arises must pass away." "And do you know what he meant by this teaching?" Dorje hesitated. "That we should not become attached to things because they will not last?" Lama Tenzin smiled slightly. "Yes, that is part of it. But there is something deeper." The Buddha said, "The trouble is, you think you have time. Do you understand this?" I am not sure, Lama." The old master stood and walked to the window, looking out at the mountains. "We think we have time to experience things again, to recreate perfect moments, to capture and hold what is beautiful. We hear a perfect bell tone and think, I must learn to make this happen again. I must control it, master it, possess it. We see a perfect sunset and think, I must photograph this, preserve this, return to this spot at the same time tomorrow. We experience a moment of perfect love and think, I must hold on to this person, this feeling, this experience forever. But this thinking, this is what causes suffering. Because the truth is that everything happens only once. Every moment is unique, unrepeatable. Even if all the conditions seem the same, they are never truly the same. The river you step in today is not the river you stepped in yesterday, even if it is the same river. You yourself are not the same person you were a moment ago. That perfect bell tone, it happened once. The storm created it through a combination of factors that will never be exactly repeated. The temperature, the humidity, the force of the thunder, the vibration of the building, the tension in the bell's metal at that exact moment, all of these came together in a way that was absolutely unique. And it produced something beautiful. And then it was gone. He turned back to look at Dorje. And this is not a tragedy. This is the nature of reality. Everything beautiful, everything perfect, everything meaningful, it happens once and then it is gone. And if we cannot accept this, if we spend our lives trying to recreate what is past, trying to hold on to what is already gone, then we miss what is actually here right now. Dorje felt tears beginning to run down his face. But Lama, I heard such beauty, such perfection, and now every time I ring the bell, all I hear is how it is not that sound. I have ruined my practice. I can no longer find satisfaction in the simple act of ringing the bell because I know it will never be what it once was. Lama Tenzin returned to his seat and looked at Dorje with infinite compassion. Yes, this is exactly the trap of grasping, of attachment. You had a beautiful experience, and instead of simply appreciating it for what it was, a gift, a moment of grace, something precious, precisely because it was unrepeatable, you tried to own it, to control it, to make it happen again. And in doing so, you turned it from a gift into a burden, from a moment of beauty into a source of suffering. Listen to me carefully, Dorje. That bell tone was perfect because it was spontaneous, because it arose from conditions you did not control, because it was not trying to be anything. It was simply what it was in that moment. Your attempts to recreate it, they come from effort, from striving, from trying to make something happen. And this very trying prevents the spontaneity that made the original moment beautiful. There is a teaching you should know. The ancient masters said, the first stroke is the last stroke. The last stroke is the first stroke. Do you understand what this means? Dorje shook his head. It means that every moment is complete in itself. Every bell strike is the first bell strike and the last bell strike. It is not preparation for some future perfect stroke. It is not a failed attempt to recreate some past perfect stroke. It is simply this stroke, right now, complete and whole exactly as it is. When you ring the bell now, you are not ringing it in the present moment. You are ringing it in the shadow of the past, in the ghost of that perfect sound you once heard. And so you cannot hear what the bell is actually saying right now. You can only hear how it fails to be what it once was. The old Lama reached out and placed his hand on Dorje's. You must let it go. You must release that perfect sound. It was beautiful. It was a gift. But it is gone. And holding on to it is preventing you from being here, from hearing what is, from finding beauty in what actually exists, rather than grieving for what no longer exists. Dorje sat in silence, tears streaming down his face. He felt something beginning to crack open inside him, a tight fist around his heart that had been clenched for months, trying to hold on to something that could not be held. How? He whispered. How do I let it go? Lama Tenzin smiled. The same way you let go of anything, you acknowledge it, you thank it, and then you release it. You say, yes, that beautiful sound existed. I was blessed to hear it. It was a gift that life gave me, that the storm gave me, that the bell gave me. I did nothing to earn it, and I can do nothing to recreate it. It came, it blessed me with its presence, and it left. And now it is gone. And that is okay. That is the nature of all beautiful things. He paused, then continued. There is a Japanese aesthetic principle called mono no aware. It means the pathos of things, the bittersweet awareness that all beauty is temporary. The cherry blossoms are beautiful precisely because they bloom for only a few days and then fall. If they bloomed forever, would they move us so deeply? The sunset is precious precisely because it happens only once and never the same way twice. Your perfect bell tone was perfect precisely because it happened once, spontaneously, and can never be repeated. Learning to appreciate this, learning to let beauty be temporary, to let perfect moments arise and pass without grasping. This is a deep spiritual practice, perhaps deeper than any amount of meditation or study, because it teaches us the fundamental truth: nothing lasts. Everything changes. Every moment is unique. And if we can accept this, if we can let each moment be what it is without trying to hold on to it or recreate it, then we are free. Dorje bowed deeply, his forehead touching the floor. Thank you, Lama. I understand now what I must do. That night, at midnight, Dorje went to ring the bell. But before he picked up the striker, he stood for a long moment in the darkness, breathing, centering himself. Then he spoke quietly to the bell, to himself, to the universe. Thank you for the gift of that perfect sound. It was beautiful beyond words. I was blessed to hear it. And now I release it. I let it go. I will ring you now, not trying to recreate that moment, not trying to be anything special, but simply being what this moment is, this strike, this sound, this breath, exactly as it is, complete and whole. He lifted the striker and rang the bell. The sound was good, the result of 7 years of practice, not the transcendent tone of the storm, but honest, present, real. And for the first time in months, Dorje heard it clearly, not comparing it to anything, not judging it against an impossible standard, just hearing what it actually was. And it was enough. It was complete. It was this moment's sound, unrepeatable, unique, exactly what it needed to be. Tears came again, but different tears now. Not tears of frustration or grief, but tears of release, of letting go, of finally being present with what is, rather than what was or what might be. From that night forward, Dorje rang the bell 4 times a day, as he always had. But now each strike was its own moment, compared to nothing, trying to be nothing other than what it was. Sometimes the tone was particularly beautiful. Sometimes it was ordinary. Sometimes it was slightly off. But each was complete in itself. Each was honored for what it was. Each was allowed to arise and pass away without grasping. And in this practice of letting each moment be exactly what it was, Dorje found a peace deeper than any he had known in his years of pursuing the perfect technique. He found the freedom that comes from releasing the need to control, to perfect, to recreate. He found the beauty that exists not in spite of impermanence, but because of it. Years later, when students would ask him about his practice, he would sometimes tell them about the storm, about the perfect bell tone, about his months of obsessive trying to recreate it. And then he would say, "That sound taught me the most important lesson of my life, not through what it was, but through what I learned when I finally let it go." Beauty is not something to grasp and hold. It is something to witness, appreciate, and release. Every perfect moment, every beautiful sound, every stunning sunset, every experience of deep love or joy, these are gifts. They come, they bless us with their presence, and they leave. And the deepest practice is learning to say thank you and goodbye with the same breath, to hold beauty with open hands, to let each unrepeatable moment be exactly what it is, and then watch it fade into the past without regret. The bell rings still, 4 times each day, sometimes beautiful, sometimes ordinary, always exactly what this moment offers, always complete, always enough. And in its sound, never the same twice, always arising fresh from this moment's conditions, it teaches the same lesson it taught Dorje: let it come, let it be, let it go. This is the practice, this is the path. This is the freedom that comes from releasing our grip on what cannot be held and opening our hands to receive what is already being offered, right here, right now, in this unrepeatable, precious, fleeting moment. The echo fades, But listen, another sound rises from the valley below. The quiet invitation of emptiness itself, asking us to pour out what we think we know so we can receive what we have not yet imagined. Your breath is so slow now, so gentle, like mist rising from a still pond. Let yourself drift even deeper as the story unfolds about cups and tea and the wisdom of not knowing. In a small village at the base of Mount Lu in eastern China, there lived a scholar named Chen Wei. He was a man of considerable learning, 43 years old, who had spent his entire adult life studying the classics. Confucian texts, Taoist philosophy, Buddhist sutras, poetry, history, and the intricate commentaries written about all of these over centuries. His library contained more than 3,000 volumes, carefully organized and annotated in his own precise calligraphy. Chen Wei had earned the highest degree in the imperial examinations, had served for 10 years as an advisor to a provincial governor, and had written several well-regarded commentaries on ancient texts. He was respected throughout the region as a man of deep knowledge and refined understanding. When people had difficult philosophical questions, they would come to Chen Wei. When scholars passed through the area, they would seek him out for learned discussion. But despite all his knowledge, despite all his accomplishments, Chen Wei felt something missing. He had read extensively about Buddhist enlightenment, had studied the sutras that describe liberation and awakening, had memorized the sophisticated philosophical arguments about emptiness and consciousness and the nature of reality. He understood these concepts intellectually, could explain them with great precision and nuance, but he had never experienced what they pointed to. His understanding was all in his head, all conceptual, all borrowed from books rather than discovered through direct realization. So at the age of 43, Chen Wei decided to seek out a living master. He had heard of a Zen teacher named Nan In who lived in a small temple on Mount Lu, not far from his village. Nan In was said to be a master of great realization, though he lived very simply and had few students. He did not travel to teach, did not write commentaries or give public lectures, did not seek fame or recognition. People who wanted to learn from him had to climb the mountain to find him. Chen Wei prepared carefully for this visit. He selected his finest robe, the one reserved for important occasions. He gathered several of his own writings to show the master, hoping to demonstrate his level of understanding. He prepared a list of sophisticated questions about Buddhist philosophy, questions that had puzzled him despite all his reading, questions he hoped this realized master could finally answer. On a clear autumn morning, Chen Wei set out to climb Mount Lu. The path wound through bamboo groves and past small waterfalls, steep in places, gradually ascending toward the temple. Chen Wei climbed slowly, not from physical difficulty but from the weight of his thoughts. His mind was full of anticipation, of the questions he would ask, of the profound discussions he and the master would have. He imagined impressing Nan In with his learning, perhaps being recognized as an exceptionally promising student. After several hours of climbing, he reached the temple. It was smaller and simpler than he had expected. Just a few modest buildings with curved tile roofs, surrounded by pine trees and stone gardens. A young monk greeted him at the gate and led him to a small room where Master Nan In was sitting. The master was perhaps 70 years old, with a weathered face and bright, clear eyes. He wore simple grey robes and sat on a plain cushion. The room was spare, bare wooden walls, a low table, a scroll painting of a single circle, nothing more. Chen Wei bowed formally, introducing himself with his full titles and credentials. Master Nan In, I am Chen Wei, holder of the highest imperial degree, former advisor to Governor Zheng, author of commentaries on the Diamond Sutra and the Platform Sutra. I have studied Buddhist philosophy extensively and have come seeking your guidance to deepen my understanding and perhaps achieve the direct realization that has so far eluded me. Nan In nodded and gestured for Chen Wei to sit. You have climbed far. You must be thirsty. Let me offer you tea. He began preparing tea with slow, careful movements, heating water in a small iron kettle, selecting tea leaves from a ceramic jar, warming the teapot with hot water. Chen Wei watched impatiently. He had come for profound spiritual teaching, not for tea ceremony. but he maintained his polite expression, waiting for the formalities to be completed so they could begin their real discussion. Finally, Nanin lifted the kettle and began to pour hot water into Chen Wei's cup. Chen Wei watched as the cup filled halfway, 3/4, nearly full. But Nanin did not stop pouring. The water reached the rim of the cup and began to overflow, spilling onto the table, running toward Chen Wei's expensive robes. "Master," Chen Wei exclaimed, pulling back. "The cup is full. No more will go in. Stop pouring." Nanin set down the kettle and looked at Chen Wei with those clear, bright eyes. "Exactly," he said quietly. "Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions, your own knowledge, your own ideas about what you already understand. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" Chen Wei felt heat rising to his face, part embarrassment, part indignation. He had come all this way, had approached with proper respect, and now he was being treated like a foolish beginner. "Master, I understand the concept of beginner's mind. I have read Shunryu Suzuki's teachings. I know that one must approach learning with openness and humility. But surely my years of study have value? Surely all I have learned provides a foundation for deeper realization?" Nanin smiled slightly. "Tell me what you have learned. Recite for me your understanding of emptiness." Chen Wei straightened, pleased to have an opportunity to demonstrate his knowledge. Emptiness, or sunyata, is the recognition that all phenomena lack inherent existence. Things appear to exist independently, but actually arise through dependent origination. They exist only in relationship to causes and conditions, and cannot be said to have any fixed, permanent essence. The Heart Sutra teaches that form is emptiness, and emptiness is form, meaning that the apparent substantial reality of things and the empty nature are not two separate truths, but one truth seen from different perspectives. The Madhyamaka school, founded by Nagarjuna, developed sophisticated logical arguments demonstrating that nothing can be found to exist under ultimate analysis. Yet on the conventional level, things function according to cause and effect. This is the two truths: doctrine, ultimate truth, and conventional truth, which are not contradictory but complementary ways of understanding reality. He paused, satisfied with his explanation. It was comprehensive, accurate, demonstrating both breadth and depth of understanding. Nanin nodded. "Very good. You can recite the teachings clearly. Now tell me, do you understand emptiness?" "Yes, Master." "As I just explained?" "No," Nanin interrupted gently. "You have explained what you have read about emptiness. You have explained what other people understood and wrote down centuries ago. But do you understand emptiness? Have you realized it directly? Has this intellectual knowledge transformed how you experience reality?" Chen Wei opened his mouth to respond, then closed it. He wanted to say yes, but he knew it would be a lie. His understanding of emptiness was entirely conceptual. He could explain it brilliantly, could write lengthy commentaries on it, could debate it with other scholars. But had it changed how he experienced the world? When he looked at a tree, did he directly perceive its empty nature? When he experienced anger or desire, did he recognize these emotions as empty of inherent existence? No, his understanding lived entirely in his head, in concepts and words, not in direct experience. "I see," Nanin said, observing Chen Wei's silence. "Your cup is very full of concepts, but empty of realization. You have filled it with excellent tea, the finest ideas, the most sophisticated philosophy. But this tea is borrowed. You did not grow it yourself. You did not taste it yourself. You only read descriptions of how it tastes, written by those who tasted it long ago." He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the mountains. "There is a teaching by Zen master Shunryu Suzuki," he said. "In the beginner's mind there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind there are few." Do you understand what he meant? Chen Wei struggled to set aside his defensiveness, to really consider the question. Perhaps that expertise can become a limitation, that once we think we know something, we close ourselves to new understanding? "Yes," said Nanin. "And also this, The beginner comes with empty hands, ready to receive. The expert comes with hands already full, carrying all their knowledge, their achievements, their understanding. And because their hands are full, they cannot receive anything new. They can only compare what they hear to what they already know, fitting new information into old categories, understanding everything through the filter of what they have already learned. He turned back to Chen Wei. You came here with your hands full of credentials, full of study, full of sophisticated questions. Your mind was already full before you arrived, overflowing like that teacup, and so there is no room for what I might offer. Every teaching I give you, you will immediately translate into your existing framework. Every new idea, you will compare to what you have already read. You will learn nothing because you already know too much. Chen Wei felt something crumbling inside him, some structure he had spent decades building, some identity he had carefully constructed. But Master, what should I do? Should I forget everything I have learned? Pretend to be ignorant when I am not? Nanan returned to his seat and began preparing tea again, this time in a fresh cup. No, not forget, but hold it differently. Your knowledge is like water. It can fill a cup, but if the cup is rigid and already full, the water has nowhere to go. You must learn to empty the cup, to pour out what you think you know so that it can be filled again, freshly, directly. He handed the fresh cup of tea to Chen Wei. Drink this tea, not the idea of tea, not your knowledge about tea, its chemical composition, its history, the philosophy of tea ceremony. Drink this actual tea, right now, and tell me what you taste. Chen Wei took the cup and sipped. The tea was hot, slightly bitter, with a complex flavor that evolved as he held it in his mouth. First bitter, then slightly sweet, with earthy undertones. He swallowed, feeling the warmth descend to his belly. It is complex, he began. The flavor profile suggests it might be a oolong, perhaps from... Stop, Nan said firmly. You are analyzing, categorizing, comparing to your knowledge of tea. I did not ask you to identify the tea. I asked you what you taste. What is the direct experience, before your mind begins its conceptual elaboration? Chen Wei sipped again, this time trying to stay with the raw sensation before his mind labeled and categorized it. There was heat. There was a sensation on his tongue that his mind wanted to call bitters. But that was actually just a sensation, neither good nor bad, just what it was. There was warmth spreading in his mouth, in his throat. There was the slightly rough texture of the liquid. There was the faint aroma rising to his nose. I taste sensations, he said slowly. Heat, flavor, texture. Before I name them, there is just this experience arising and passing away. Nan smiled, and his whole face seemed to light up. Yes, this is beginner's mind. This is emptiness. Not the concept of emptiness, but the direct experience of reality before your conceptual mind divides it into categories, labels it, explains it, relates it to everything you already know. This is what Zen points to, not more knowledge, but direct perception. Not understanding about reality, but reality itself, tasted directly. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. You have spent 20 years filling your cup with knowledge about tea. But have you tasted tea? Really tasted it, without all your ideas about what tea is? You have spent decades studying teachings about emptiness, about Buddha nature, about enlightenment. But have you experienced these things directly? Or have you only collected more and more sophisticated ideas about them? Chen Wei sat in silence, the teacup warm in his hands. He felt naked, exposed, as if all his accomplishments and learning had been stripped away to reveal what? An emptiness, a not knowing, a mind that knew many things about reality but had never directly experienced reality itself? I think, he said quietly, I have been living in a world of concepts, of ideas, of second-hand knowledge. I've been reading maps of the territory but never actually walking on the ground. Yes, Nan said gently, and this is not wrong. Maps are useful, concepts have their place, your study has value. But if you mistake the map for the territory, if you think that understanding the concept of water will quench your thirst, then you are trapped in a prison of your own making, a prison built from knowledge itself. He refilled Chen Wei's cup. The practice I offer you is simple but difficult. Empty your cup, not once but constantly. Every time you think you understand something, pour it out. Every time you think you know, acknowledge that you do not know. Every time your mind says, I already understand this, recognize that as the expert mind closing and deliberately open it again to beginner's mind. When you read a sutra you have read 100 times, read it as if for the first time. When you sit in meditation, do not sit as an expert who knows what meditation is. Sit as a beginner, discovering what this breath actually is, what this moment actually contains. When someone asks you a question, do not immediately reach for your vast knowledge to answer. First, empty your cup. Listen as if you know nothing. Discover what the question actually is before you fill it with your understanding. Chen Wei bowed his head. Tears were falling now, dropping into his teacup, creating small ripples on the surface. I am 43 years old, Master. I have spent my entire adult life accumulating knowledge. And now you tell me I must let it all go? Begin again as if I know nothing. Not let it go, Nanin corrected. Transform how you hold it. Your knowledge can be like water fluid, able to take the shape of any container, able to be poured out and refilled. Or it can be like ice, rigid, fixed, unchanging, closing you off from new experience. The water and the ice are the same substance. The difference is in their state, in their flexibility. He paused, letting this sink in. The Buddha taught many things, but perhaps the most important was this. Attachment causes suffering. You are attached to your knowledge, to your identity as a learned scholar, to your expertise, and this attachment, this grasping onto what you know, is preventing you from experiencing what you do not know, what cannot be known conceptually, what can only be realized directly. Chen Wei looked up, his face wet with tears. How do I practice this? How do I empty my cup when it has been filling for so long? Nanin smiled. You begin right now, right here. Notice that you just asked me for instructions, for a method, for more knowledge to add to your collection. Notice how your mind immediately wants to turn emptying the cups into another technique to master, another concept to understand. This is the habit of the full cup, always reaching for more, always trying to know, to understand, to grasp. Instead, try this. Sit with not knowing. When a question arises, instead of immediately searching your vast knowledge for an answer, sit with the question itself. Let it be a question. Be curious, like a child encountering something for the first time. When you look at a tree, instead of immediately recognizing it as a pine tree and accessing all your knowledge about pine trees, just look. See the actual tree, the play of light on needles, the texture of bark, the way branches move in wind. See it freshly, as if you had never seen a tree before. This is beginner's mind. This is empty cup. Not ignorance, but a willingness to not know, to be surprised, to discover reality directly, rather than through the filter of accumulated knowledge. Chen Wei stayed with Master Nanin for 3 days. Each morning they would have tea, and each time Nanin would ask him to taste it, as if for the first time. Each day they would walk in the temple gardens, and Nanin would stop by a flower or a stone and ask, "What is this?" And each time Chen Wei's mind would begin to recite what he knew about that flower or stone, Nanin would say gently, "Empty your cup. Look again. What is this, really?" It was frustrating, difficult, humbling. Chen Wei discovered how deeply habitual his expert mind was, how automatically he reached for knowledge to explain and categorize everything he encountered. But gradually, in small moments, he began to experience what Nanin was pointing to, brief gaps in his conceptual overlay, where reality appeared fresh and immediate and surprising. When he finally prepared to leave, to descend the mountain and return to his village, Nanin walked with him to the gate. "You came here with many questions," the master said. "Are you disappointed that I have not answered them?" Chen Wei smiled. "No, master. I see now that my questions were themselves symptoms of a full cup. I was not really asking questions, I was trying to fill gaps in my knowledge structure. I was trying to complete my understanding, to add the final pieces to my conceptual framework. But this, he gestured at the mountains, the sky, the morning air. This cannot be understood conceptually. This can only be experienced directly. And to experience it directly, I must stop trying to understand it. I must empty my cup. Nanin bowed. You have learned well. Now go and practice. Every day, many times a day, notice when your cup is full. Notice when your expert mind has closed, when you are seeing through the filter of knowledge rather than looking directly. And in those moments, practice emptying. Pour out what you think you know. Return to beginner's mind. Return to not knowing. This is the practice. This is the path. Chin Wei returned to his village a changed man. He still maintained his library, still read and studied, but he held it all differently now. When students came to him with questions, he would often say, "I do not know. Let us investigate together." When he read familiar texts, he would deliberately set aside his accumulated understanding and try to read with fresh eyes. When he walked in his garden, he would practice seeing each plant, each stone, each play of light as if encountering it for the first time. And gradually, over months and years, the direct experience that had eluded him despite all his study began to arise, not because he had learned more, but because he had learned to set aside what he knew, not because he had filled his cup to overflowing with wisdom, but because he had learned to keep emptying it, making space for reality itself to flow in, fresh and immediate, and utterly beyond all concepts and categories and understanding. In his later years, when people asked him about his time with Master Nan in, Chen Wei would smile and say, "He taught me everything by teaching me nothing. He filled my cup by showing me it was already too full. He gave me the greatest knowledge by showing me the freedom of not knowing. And the tea he served me that day, I am still tasting it, fresh and surprising, in every moment when I remember to empty my cup and simply experience what is, exactly as it is, before my mind explains it away. The tea spills onto the table, clearing space for what cannot be poured into fullness, but only discovered in emptiness. Now let us walk into the wind, where bamboo bends and teaches the wisdom of flexibility over the illusion of strength. Your body is completely relaxed now, soft as water, yielding as grass. Let yourself become even more still, even more quiet, as the story unfolds about storms and survival and the strength that comes from knowing when to bend. On the eastern coast of China, where typhoons roll in from the sea with devastating force, there was a village called Liulin, which means Willow Grove. The village had stood in this place for more than 300 years, surviving countless storms through the wisdom of its location and the resilience of its people. But every generation had to learn the same lesson that the land itself taught, that survival comes not from rigidity, but from flexibility, not from standing firm against force, but from bending with it. In this village lived a young man named Jian. He was 28 years old, strong and proud, the son of a farmer and the grandson of a farmer. Heir to land, his family had worked for generations. John was known throughout the village for his physical strength. He could carry 2 full water buckets on a pole across his shoulders without his steps faltering, could work in the fields from sunrise to sunset without complaint, could lift stones that other men struggled to move. But more than physical strength, Jian possessed a quality his father called stubbornness and his mother called determination. When Jian set his mind to something, he would not yield. When he believed he was right, he would not compromise. When the world pushed against him, he pushed back harder. This quality had served him well in many ways. His fields were always the most carefully tended, his rice yields the highest in the village, his house the best maintained. He succeeded through sheer force of will, through refusing to accept defeat or difficulty or obstacle. In the same village lived an old woman named Grandmother Lin. No one knew exactly how old she was. Some said 80, others said 90, and she herself would only smile when asked and say she had lived through enough typhoons to lose count. She lived in a small house at the edge of the village. surrounded by a grove of bamboo she had planted decades ago. The bamboo had grown tall and thick, creating a living wall around her property, and people would often remark on how beautiful it was, how it rustled and sang in even the slightest breeze. Jun had little patience for Grandmother Lin. She seemed to him the opposite of everything he valued. She was soft where he was hard, yielding where he was firm, accepting where he was resistant. When problems arose in the village, Jan would propose direct action, forceful solutions. Grandmother Lin would suggest patience, flexibility, waiting to see how things developed. John thought she was weak. She thought he was foolish. They avoided each other mostly, living their separate lives according to their different philosophies. One summer, word came that a great typhoon was approaching from the south. The fishermen had seen the signs, the particular color of the sky at sunset, the behavior of the birds, the feel of the wind. They estimated it would reach the village in 2 days, perhaps 3. Everyone began to prepare. Jian worked tirelessly to secure his property. He had recently built a new storage shed for his rice harvest, and he was proud of its construction. Heavy timber frame, thick walls, solid foundation. He had built it to last, to withstand anything. While other villagers were tying down loose objects and preparing to evacuate if necessary, John reinforced his shed with additional beams, drove extra stakes into the ground, added more cross braces to the walls. He would not let the storm destroy what he had built. He would stand firm against it. His father came to him the day before the typhoon was expected to arrive. "Jan, you are wasting your effort. When a typhoon this size comes, we cannot fight it. We can only prepare to survive it and rebuild afterward. Come help me move the most valuable things to higher ground. Help me prepare the house to minimize damage, not prevent it." But Jan shook his head stubbornly. "My shed will hold. I built it strong. I will not accept defeat before the storm even arrives." His father sighed and left him to his work. Grandmother Lin, meanwhile, was doing something that seemed strange to those who observed her. She was cutting down much of her bamboo. Not all of it, she left perhaps half standing. But the rest she carefully cut and laid flat on the ground, parallel to where the wind would come from. People walking by would stop and stare. "Grandmother," one neighbor called out, "why are you cutting your beautiful bamboo? It has stood through many storms before." Grandmother Lin smiled as she worked, her old hands surprisingly steady. "Yes, it has stood because bamboo knows how to bend. But in a storm this strong, even bamboo needs help. By cutting some of it, I reduce the resistance to the wind. By laying it parallel to the wind's path, I show the storm which way I am willing to bend. This is not surrender. This is intelligent survival." The neighbor shook his head and walked away, thinking the old woman had finally lost her senses. The typhoon arrived that night. First came the rain, not falling but driving horizontally, a wall of water pushed by wind so powerful it felt solid. Then came the wind itself, howling like all the demons in all the hells, shaking houses to their foundations, tearing at anything not firmly secured. Jan stood in his house, listening to the storm assault his property. He heard crashes and bangs, the sound of things breaking and flying through the air. But most of all, he listened for his shed. He had built it so carefully, reinforced it so thoroughly. It had to hold. It had to. His entire harvest was stored there. If the shed failed, his year's work would be destroyed. The storm raged through the night. No one slept. Everyone huddled in their homes, listening to the typhoon remake the landscape according to its own terrible will. Trees that had stood for 100 years were uprooted. Roofs were torn away. Walls collapsed. The wind screamed and the rain hammered, and the village endured because endurance was all it could do. Just before dawn, there was a sound like a cannon shot, the sound of massive timbers snapping. Jan felt his heart sink. He knew that sound. That was his shed, his beautiful, strong shed, breaking apart under the storm's assault. By morning, the typhoon had passed. The wind dropped to a strong breeze, then to gentle gusts. The rain became a drizzle, then stopped altogether. As the grey light of dawn spread across the devastated village, People emerged from their homes to assess the damage. It was extensive. Many roofs had been damaged or destroyed. Trees lay across pathways. Debris was scattered everywhere. But the village itself had survived, as it had survived countless storms before. The people would clean up, would repair, would rebuild. This was the cycle they knew. Jian walked slowly toward where his shed had stood. He already knew what he would find, but seeing it still felt like a physical blow. The shed was completely destroyed, not just damaged, but obliterated, as if a giant hand had crushed it. The heavy timbers he had so carefully set were snapped like twigs. The reinforcing beams had made no difference. All his rice, his entire harvest, was scattered and ruined, soaked by rain, buried under debris. He stood staring at the wreckage, his face hard as stone, his fists clenched. He had been so certain, he had built it so strong. How could mere wind destroy something so solid, so well constructed? A voice spoke softly behind him. The strongest tree in the forest is often the first to fall in a great storm. He turned to see Grandmother Lin standing there, leaning on her walking stick. She looked tired, but unharmed. And behind her, impossibly, most of her bamboo grove still stood bent, many stalks touching the ground, but not broken, not destroyed. "How?" Jian asked, his voice rough. "How did your bamboo survive when my shed built with the strongest timber, reinforced with iron braces? How did it fail while your bamboo stands?" Grandmother Lin gestured for him to follow her. They walked to her property, and she led him into the bamboo grove. The stalks that remained standing were bent almost horizontal. But as they watched, they were slowly beginning to rise again, their natural springiness bringing them back toward vertical. The stalks she had cut and laid flat were undamaged. They had simply lain on the ground while the wind passed over them. "There is an old proverb," Grandmother Lin said. "Perhaps you have heard it. Notice that the stiffest tree is most easily cracked, while the bamboo or willow survives by bending with the wind." She ran her hand along one of the bent bamboo stalks. "Bamboo looks fragile, but it is stronger than oak in a typhoon, not because it is harder or more solid, but because it knows how to yield. When the wind pushes, bamboo bends. It does not fight the force of the storm, it accepts it, moves with it, lets it pass through and around. And when the storm is gone, bamboo returns to standing tall." She turned to look at Jian. "Your shed was built with great strength, but it was rigid strength, inflexible strength. It could not bend, could not yield, could not adapt to a force greater than itself. So when that force came, when the typhoon tested your shed's strength against its own, your shed had only one option: to stand firm until it broke. And break it did, because no matter how strong you made it, the storm was stronger." Xian felt something crumbling inside him, some fundamental understanding of how the world worked. But I believed that strength meant standing firm. I believed that if I built something strong enough, solid enough, it could withstand anything. Are you saying this belief was wrong? Grandmother Lin smiled gently. Not wrong for all situations, but incomplete. There is strength in standing firm, yes. There is value in solidity and determination in refusing to yield to small obstacles. But there is also strength in flexibility, in knowing when to bend rather than break, in adapting to forces you cannot overcome through direct resistance alone. She gestured around at the damaged village. Look at what remains and what was destroyed. The houses that survived best were not the newest ones, the ones built with the heaviest timbers and the most rigid construction. They were the older houses, built by people who understood typhoons, built with some flexibility in their structure, able to shift and creak and absorb force rather than resist it absolutely. She pointed to a large tree that had been completely uprooted, its massive root system torn from the earth. That oak tree was the oldest in the village, perhaps 200 years, strong, solid, deeply rooted, but rigid. When the typhoon came, it stood firm until the very soil itself gave way. Now it has fallen, dead, finished. Then she pointed to a willow tree nearby, still standing despite having been bent nearly to the ground during the storm. Already its branches were lifting, reaching again toward the sky. That willow is perhaps half the age of the oak, with roots half as deep, but it survives because it knows how to bend. The typhoon pushed it almost to the ground, and the willow said, "Yes, I bend. I do not fight you. I let you pass." And now the willow still lives while the oak is dead. Jian walked slowly through the bamboo grove, touching the resilient stalks, feeling how they swayed gently in the light morning breeze. "I have lived my whole life believing that strength meant never yielding," he said quietly. "I thought that to bend was to be weak, that to compromise was to fail. I have been proud of my stubbornness, my determination to stand firm no matter what opposed me." "And this quality has served you in some ways," Grandmother Lin acknowledged. "Your fields are productive because you refuse to accept poor yields. Your work is excellent because you refuse to accept mediocrity. But Jan, life is not only about cultivating fields. Life also brings typhoons, great forces that are beyond your control, situations where stubbornness leads not to success but to destruction. And in those moments, you must know how to bend." She sat down slowly on a stone bench, her old bones protesting. "There is a teaching from Zen that might help you understand." Zen Master Shunryu Suzuki said, "Treat every moment as your last. It is not preparation for something else." But there is another teaching that goes with this. The Tao Te Ching says, "The soft and weak overcome the hard and strong." Water, the softest thing in the world, penetrates the hardest. That which has no form can enter where there is no space. She looked at Jan with eyes that had seen many storms. "You have lived as if you were oak or stone, hard, strong, unyielding. But water and bamboo and willow, these teach a different kind of strength. They teach the strength of adaptation, of flexibility, of knowing when to flow around obstacles rather than crash against them, when to bend rather than break." Jian sat beside her, staring at his hands, strong hands, calloused from work, hands that had built his shed with such confidence. "How do I learn this? How do I become flexible when I have spent my whole life becoming rigid?" Grandmother Lin smiled. "You begin by recognizing that both are necessary. You do not need to abandon your strength, your determination, your ability to stand firm. But you need to add wisdom. The wisdom to know when to stand and when to bend, when to resist and when to yield, when to fight and when to flow. A tree that never bends will break in a strong wind. But a tree that only bends, that has no strength in its trunk, will fall over from its own weight. The ideal is like bamboo, strong enough to stand tall in normal conditions, flexible enough to bend almost to the ground in extreme conditions, and resilient enough to return to standing when the storm passes." Over the following months, as Jian rebuilt his shed, this time with a design that incorporated flexibility, with joints that could move slightly, with a structure that could shift without collapsing, he thought often about Grandmother Lin's words. He began to notice the difference between rigid strength and flexible strength in many areas of his life. When his neighbor's cow broke through the fence and damaged some of his crops, his first instinct was rigid anger, to demand full compensation, to insist on his rights, to stand firm on principle. But then he thought of bamboo bending in wind, and he chose instead to be flexible, to talk with his neighbor, to accept a partial compensation that the neighbor could actually afford, to repair the fence together rather than demanding the neighbor do it alone. And he discovered that this flexible approach led to better outcomes. His neighbor became a friend rather than an enemy, the fence was repaired more quickly, and the community remained harmonious. When his rice crop was threatened by drought one summer, his rigid instinct was to fight it, to carry water from distant sources, to exhaust himself trying to force his crop to survive through sheer effort. But remembering the willow that bent rather than broke, he chose instead to adapt to plant a smaller area that he could actually water adequately, to accept a reduced harvest rather than lose everything trying to save everything. And his flexible approach succeeded where rigid resistance would have failed. He began to visit Grandmother Lin regularly, helping her with tasks her old body could no longer manage easily, and in return, learning the wisdom she had accumulated through 9 decades of bending with life's storms rather than breaking against them. One day, as they sat in her bamboo grove drinking tea, Jian said, "I understand now why the bamboo survives. But tell me, does the bamboo ever feel defeated when it bends so low during a storm? Does it experience its bending as failure?" Grandmother Lin laughed, a sound like wind chimes. "The bamboo does not think about defeat or success, about winning or losing. It simply responds appropriately to conditions. When the wind blows gently, it sways gently. When the wind blows with great force, it bends greatly. When the wind stops, it returns to standing. It does not judge itself for bending. It does not feel shame for not being strong enough to stand rigid against the typhoon. It simply is what it is, does what it does, survives by being true to its own nature, which is flexible, resilient, adaptable." She poured more tea into Jian's cup. "This is what you must learn. Not to see flexibility as weakness or defeat, but as intelligence, as appropriate response, as true strength. The typhoon does not care about your pride, your determination to stand firm. It simply blows with the force it has. You can choose to stand rigid and break, or you can choose to bend and survive. Neither choice makes you more or less worthy, but one choice leads to continuity and the other to destruction." Jian sipped his tea, feeling its warmth spread through him. "I think I've spent my life afraid of bending because I thought it would mean I was weak, that I had given up, that I had failed. But watching your bamboo rise again after the typhoon, it is more impressive than if it had stood rigid and been destroyed. It bent almost to the earth, and yet it survived, and now it stands tall again. There is great strength in that." "Yes," Grandmother Lin said. "This is the teaching. True strength includes the wisdom to know when to bend. True courage includes the humility to yield when yielding is wise. True power includes the flexibility to adapt to what cannot be changed through force alone." She gestured around at her grove, at the village beyond, at the world that had survived countless storms through flexibility rather than rigidity. The universe itself teaches this lesson. Water flows around obstacles. Trees bend in wind. The earth yields to the plow, yet remains itself. Only human beings, with our pride and our stubbornness, insist on standing rigid against forces greater than ourselves. And we break, again and again, until we learn what bamboo knows from birth, that bending is not defeat, but wisdom, not weakness, but strength, not surrender, but survival. Years later, when another great typhoon approached, Jian prepared differently. He secured what needed securing, but he also designed his structures with flexibility in mind. He protected what he could protect, and he accepted what he could not control. When the storm came, when the winds howled and the rain drove horizontal, Jian did not stand in his house listening with clenched fists and rigid determination. Instead, he sat calmly, breathing with the rhythm of the storm, bending with it in his mind and heart, accepting its power rather than fighting it. And when morning came and the storm had passed, Jian's new shed still stood damaged in places, shifted on its foundation, but intact, survivable, repairable. Like bamboo, it had bent but not broken. Like willow, it had yielded to force it could not overcome, and survived because of that yielding. He walked to Grandmother Lin's house to check on her, and found her already up, already in her bamboo grove, examining the stalks that had once again bent nearly to the earth, and were once again slowly, patiently rising back toward the sky. "They teach the same lesson every storm," she said as Jian approached. "And every storm, I learn it again, deeper. Bend with what you cannot change. Stand firm with what truly matters, and know the difference between the two. This is wisdom. This is strength. This is the way of bamboo, and it is also the way of a life well lived." Jian bowed to her, and together they stood in the grove, watching the bamboo rise, resilient and green and very much alive, teaching without words the lesson they had both learned, that true strength knows when to bend, and the deepest wisdom accepts what cannot be changed while adapting to survive, to endure, and ultimately to thrive. The bamboo sways still in winds we cannot see, teaching its ancient lesson to those who have eyes to observe and hearts willing to bend. Now let us walk to a quieter place, where an artist learned that perfection lives in a single stroke and decades of practice meet one unrepeatable moment. Your body is so heavy now, so relaxed, sinking deeper and deeper into rest. Let this story wash over you like ink spreading on paper, slow and inevitable and beautiful. In the city of Hangzhou, famous for its West Lake and its tradition of ink painting, there lived a painter named Zhu Ming. She was 67 years old and had been painting since she was a child, more than 6 decades of daily practice with brush and ink, creating landscapes and birds and flowers and calligraphy on paper and silk. Her father had been a painter, and his father before him, stretching back through generations. Zhu Ming had learned the traditional way, copying the old masters stroke by stroke, grinding ink every morning, practicing the basic strokes thousands upon thousands of times until her hand knew them the way a bird knows how to fly. Bamboo stalks, pine needles, mountain peaks, water ripples. She had painted each form so many times that she could create them without thinking, her brush moving with the certainty of long practice. She had become accomplished, respected. Her paintings hung in galleries and private collections. Students came to study with her, hoping to learn the techniques she had mastered over decades. She could paint a landscape in the classical style, with perfect precision, every rock formation rendered according to traditional methods, every tree placed with proper spacing, every wash of ink graded with expert control, from darkest black to palest grey. But despite all her skill, despite all her accomplishments, Zhu Ming felt something missing. Her paintings were technically excellent, but somehow lifeless. They followed all the rules, demonstrated all the proper techniques, but they lacked something essential, some quality of spontaneity, of presence, of direct expression that she saw in the work of the ancient masters. She would stand in museums looking at paintings created 1,000 years ago by masters like Mu Qi or Seshu, and she would feel tears come to her eyes. Those paintings were alive, a few brush strokes suggesting a bird, a single line capturing the essence of a branch. There was a directness to them, a sense that the artist's spirit had moved through the brush onto the paper without any obstruction, without the interference of technique or conscious thought. Her own paintings, despite their technical superiority in some ways, felt labored by comparison, calculated, controlled. She could see the effort in them, the conscious decision-making, the application of learned technique. They were correct, but not free. One day, a visiting master came to Hangzhou. His name was Master Huang, and he was famous throughout China for his paintings of circles, simple enso circles created with a single brushstroke. People traveled great distances to watch him paint these circles, to purchase them, to meditate on them. Each one was different, each one perfect in its imperfection, each one somehow capturing the entirety of Zen teaching in a single circular brushstroke. Zhu Ming attended a demonstration. She watched as Master Huang prepared grinding ink slowly and carefully, testing it on practice paper until the consistency was exactly right, selecting a brush with the proper size and spring. Then he stood before a large sheet of white paper, brush loaded with ink, his whole body utterly still. He stood there for what seemed like a long time, perhaps 3 minutes, perhaps 5. The audience grew restless, wondering what he was waiting for. Then, in a single fluid motion almost too quick to follow, his brush moved in a circle on the paper. One continuous stroke, beginning and ending at the same point, creating a perfect circle that was somehow not perfect at all. Slightly irregular, wider in some places than others, with variations in the ink density that created subtle modulations of tone. It was the most beautiful thing Zhu Ming had ever seen. In that single stroke, she saw everything the master's decades of practice, his complete presence in this moment, the absence of hesitation or correction or conscious control. The brush had moved as water flows, as birds fly, as breathing happens naturally, spontaneously, inevitably. After the demonstration, Zhu Ming approached Master Huang. "Master, I have been painting for 60 years. I can paint anything with technical precision, but I cannot paint with the freedom I see in your circle, in the work of the ancient masters. Everything I create feels calculated, controlled. How do I learn to paint with such spontaneity? Master Huang looked at her with kind eyes. Show me how you paint a circle. Zhu Ming took up a brush, loaded it with ink, and painted a circle on a sheet of practice paper. It was a good circle, round even, well executed. But it was not alive the way Master Huang's circle had been alive. I see, Master Huang said. You paint the circle stroke by stroke, section by section in your mind. Even though your hand moves continuously, your consciousness is divided here. I curve this way. Now I adjust to maintain roundness. Here I compensate for that irregularity. You are painting with your mind, not with your whole being. But how do I paint with my whole being? Zhu Ming asked, frustrated. I have practiced for decades. I know all the techniques. What more can I do? Master Huang smiled. You have practiced techniques. Now you must practice forgetting techniques. You have learned how to paint. Now you must learn how to let painting happen through you without your interference. He gestured to an empty chair. Sit. Let me tell you something about the way of the brush. There is an old saying in our tradition, the first stroke is the last stroke. The last stroke is the first stroke. Do you know what this means? Zhu Ming shook her head. It means that when you paint a circle or anything else, you cannot think of it as a sequence of moments, a series of small decisions accumulating into a whole. You must see the entire circle before you begin, hold it complete in your mind, or rather in your being, and then let it emerge onto the paper all at once. The first stroke already contains the last stroke. The last stroke was already present in the first stroke. The circle exists whole and complete before and during and after the brush moves. You are not creating it piece by piece, you are revealing what is already there. He paused, letting this sink in. Right now, when you paint, you are thinking, I will start here, curve this way, maintain this radius, compensate for variations, and arrive back at the starting point. This is the mind dividing the circle into parts, into a sequence of actions. But the circle is not parts, it is wholeness. And to paint wholeness, you must be whole yourself, not divided into hand and eye and conscious control, but unified, present, moving as one thing. Zhu Ming felt something stirring in her understanding, but she could not quite grasp it. But Master, I do not know how to be whole in this way. My mind is always analyzing, always controlling, always checking whether I am doing it correctly. Yes, Master Huang said. This is the problem of too much practice with too much consciousness. You have trained your mind to supervise your hand, and this supervision, this constant monitoring and correcting this, is what prevents the spontaneity you seek. He stood and selected a fresh brush. Watch carefully. I will paint a circle, and I will describe what happens inside me as I do so. He stood before the paper, brush loaded with ink. First, I stand in silence. I am not thinking about the circle. I am not planning how to paint it. I am simply present, breathing, aware of the brush in my hand, the paper before me, the ink ready to flow. I wait until there is no separation between me and the brush, between the brush and the paper, between the circle I will paint and the circle that already exists in the realm of potential, waiting to become actual. He continued standing, and Zhu Ming could see him settling deeper into stillness, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible, his entire being collected and focused, yet also relaxed, open. Then Master Huang continued, his voice soft. There is a moment when I know it is time, not because I decide it is time, but because the time arrives, like a fruit falling when it is ripe. And in that moment, I do not paint the circle. The circle paints itself through me. My hand moves, but it is not I who move it. The movement arises from the same source as breathing, as heartbeat spontaneous, natural, effortless. His brush moved, creating another perfect circle, different from the first one, yet equally complete, equally alive. You see, he said, I did not think about how to paint this circle. I did not guide the brush consciously. I simply allowed the circle to emerge through the unified action of body, mind, brush, paper, ink moment. All of these things became one thing, and the circle was the visible manifestation of that unity. Zhu Ming bowed deeply. Master, will you teach me? I will study with you for as long as necessary. Master Huang shook his head gently. I cannot teach you this. Teaching implies transmitting information, technique, method. But what I am describing is not a technique. It is the absence of technique, or rather the transcendence of technique. It is what happens when technique becomes so deeply absorbed that it is no longer conscious, when practice becomes so complete that it disappears, when knowledge transforms into direct expression. He placed the brush down carefully. But I will make you a suggestion. Take one form. It can be the circle, or it can be something else, something simpler even, perhaps just a single straight line. And practice painting this form every day, not trying to paint it perfectly, not analyzing what you do, but simply painting it while paying attention to your state of mind. When you paint this line, notice everything that interferes with direct expression. Notice your thoughts about whether the line is good enough. Notice your effort to control the brush. Notice your fear of making a mistake. Notice your desire to impress yourself or others. Notice every way that your consciousness fragments the simple, unified action of making a line. And gradually, as you continue this practice day after day, these interferences will begin to quiet. Not because you eliminate them through effort, but because you see them so clearly that they naturally dissolve, like clouds that disappear when the sun shines on them. Over the following year, Zhu did exactly as Master Huang suggested. Every morning, before painting anything else, she would paint a single line, a vertical line down the center of a piece of practice paper. Just one line. Simple, elementary, something any child could do. At first, it was frustrating. She could see all the ways her mind interfered. She would approach the paper thinking, I must make this line perfectly straight. Then the line would be rigid, tense. She would think, I must relax and let the line be natural. Then the line would be too loose, wavering. She would try not to think at all, but the very effort of trying created tension. But she continued. One line every morning. Some days the lines were beautiful, some days they were terrible. She tried not to judge, though judgment arose constantly. She tried not to control, though the urge to control was powerful. She just painted the line, watched what happened in her mind and body, and painted another line the next day. Months passed. Something was shifting, though she could not name what. The lines were not getting better, in any conventional sense. But there was a quality developing, a presence, a directness, a sense that each line was complete in itself, not judged against some ideal, but simply what it was. One morning, almost exactly a year after beginning this practice, Zhu stood before her paper as she had stood 1,000 times before. She held the brush loaded with ink. And suddenly she was not there. Or rather, she was more completely there than she had ever been, but without the usual sense of a self who was trying to paint a line, who was monitoring and controlling and judging. There was just awareness, brush, paper, ink, and a movement arising spontaneously from nowhere and everywhere at once. The brush moved down the paper in a single fluid stroke. The line that appeared was not straight in any technical sense. It had subtle variations, slight curves, modulations in thickness and tone. But it was perfect. Not perfect in the sense of matching some ideal, but perfect in the sense of being utterly complete, utterly itself, utterly present. Zhu stood looking at this line, and tears ran down her face. She understood. After 60 years of painting, after 1 year of painting the same line every morning, she finally understood what Master Huang had been pointing to. The line had not been painted by her conscious mind, by her accumulated technique, by her knowledge and skill. It had emerged from a deeper source, from the unified action of being itself, expressing itself through the particular form of this brush, this paper, this moment, this line. She understood what the old masters meant by the first stroke is the last stroke. That single line contained everything, the beginning, the middle, and the end, all present simultaneously. It was not built up from parts. It existed whole and complete from the first instant the brush touched the paper. From that day forward, Zhu painting transformed. She still used the same techniques, the same methods she had learned over decades, but now they flowed spontaneously rather than being applied consciously. When she painted bamboo, the bamboo painted itself through her. When she painted mountains, the mountains arose on the paper as naturally as mountains arise from the earth. Her paintings took on the quality she had seen in the ancient masters: alive, immediate, spontaneous. Other painters would ask her what had changed, what new technique she had learned. She would smile and say, "I learned nothing new. I simply forgot enough of what I knew to get out of the way." Students who came to study with her expecting to learn sophisticated techniques were often disappointed. She would have them paint single lines over and over, not to perfect the lines, but to observe their own minds, to notice the interference of consciousness, to discover the place from which spontaneous action arises. "You want to paint beautiful paintings," she would tell them, "but first you must discover what happens when you stop trying to paint beautifully, when you stop trying at all, when you simply allow painting to happen through you. This takes many years. There is no shortcut. You cannot think your way to spontaneity. You cannot try your way to effortlessness. You can only practice with such completeness that practice eventually transcends itself." One day, many years later, when Juming was in her 80s, Master Huang came to visit her studio. He looked at the paintings on her walls, landscapes and birds and flowers that somehow captured the essential nature of their subjects with just a few brush strokes, works that breathed with life and presence. Then he saw, hanging in a place of honor, a simple painting of a single vertical line, the line she had painted that morning years ago when understanding had finally arrived. "Ah," he said, smiling, "you have found it." "Yes," Juming replied. "I painted for 60 years before I learned to paint. And what I learned was how not to paint, how to get out of the way, how to let painting happen without my interference. That line," she gestured to the painting, "taught me more than all my previous practice combined. Because it was not I who painted it. It was painted through me when I finally disappeared enough to allow it." Master Huang bowed to her, and she bowed in return. Two old painters who had walked the long path from technique to transcendence, from conscious skill to spontaneous expression, from the many strokes that build up a painting to the single stroke that contains everything. "There is a teaching," Master Huang said, "that when someone asked a Zen master what happens after enlightenment, he replied, 'Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water.' The same is true of painting. Before understanding, paint lines. After understanding, paint lines. The action is the same, but everything is changed because you have changed. You have moved from doing to allowing, from making to revealing, from painting as effort to painting as natural expression." Juming nodded, and the paradox is that this naturalness, this spontaneity, this effortlessness, it requires tremendous effort to achieve. Years of daily practice, years of training the hand and eye and mind, years of building up technique, and then more years of letting it all go, of forgetting what was learned so completely that it becomes unconscious, automatic, natural as breathing. She picked up a brush and, in a single stroke, painted a circle on a piece of paper, perfect in its imperfection, complete in its incompleteness, alive with the presence of this moment, this breath, this unrepeatable instant when brush meets paper, and something invisible becomes visible, something, potential becomes actual, something that existed only in the realm of possibility takes form in the realm of manifestation. The circle was done, complete, whole, and in that wholeness, it taught the same lesson that the single line had taught, that every spontaneous brushstroke teaches, that true mastery looks like simplicity, that decades of practice culminate in a moment of effortlessness, that the highest skill is indistinguishable from no skill at all, and that the deepest art arises not from the conscious mind, but from a source prior to consciousness, a place where artist and art and action are not three separate things but one unified expression of being itself. The ink dries on the paper, and as it does, time itself seems to shift around us. From this moment of perfect expression, we move now toward a teaching about endings, about the monk who faced death with a smile and showed his students that the final breath can be as light as laughter. Let yourself rest even more deeply now. Let go even more completely. This story is gentle, like a leaf falling from a tree in autumn, settling softly on the earth, returning home. In the mountains of northern Thailand, where morning mists cling to the valleys and temples sit nestled among tropical forests, there was a monastery called Wat Phra, the temple of the sacred relic. It was home to a community of monks who practiced in the Theravada tradition, following the original teachings of the Buddha with dedication and discipline. Among these monks was one named Ajahn Somchai. He was 79 years old and had been a monk for nearly 60 years, having taken his vows as a young man of 20 after the death of his father. For 6 decades he had lived a life of simplicity, meditating, studying the Dharma, teaching younger monks, sweeping the temple grounds, eating 1 meal a day before noon, owning nothing but his robes and his alms bowl. Ajahn Somchai was beloved by everyone who knew him. He had a quality that is rare in any tradition. He was deeply serious about his practice while never taking himself seriously. He could explain the most profound teachings of the Buddha with clarity and insight, and then make a silly joke that would have everyone laughing. He could sit in meditation for hours with perfect stillness and then play with the temple cats like a child. He held the precepts with unwavering commitment while remaining gentle and non-judgmental towards those who struggled. But what people remembered most about Ajahn Somchai was his laugh. It was a full, genuine laugh that came from deep in his belly, a laugh of pure delight in the absurdity and beauty of existence. He would laugh at the monkeys stealing offerings from the shrine, at his own forgetfulness when he misplaced his glasses, at the questions students asked that revealed they were thinking too hard about simple things, at the rain and the sun and the constant change of all phenomena. When Ajahn Somchai was 78, he began to feel unwell. At first it was just fatigue, a lack of energy that seemed unusual for him. Then came pain in his abdomen, loss of appetite, a yellowing of his skin and eyes. The younger monks insisted he see a doctor in the city, though he protested that it was probably nothing, just old age catching up with him. The diagnosis was clear and definitive: pancreatic cancer, advanced, inoperable. The doctor, speaking in the gentle but direct way Thai doctors use to deliver bad news, told him he likely had 6 months to live, perhaps less. There were treatments that might extend his life slightly, but they would be painful and expensive and would not change the ultimate outcome. Ajahn Somchai listened to this news with the same calm attention he brought to everything. When the doctor finished, he smiled and said, "6 months? Well, that's very specific. Has anyone told the cancer about this timeline? Maybe it has other plans." The doctor didn't know how to respond to this, but the young monk who had accompanied Ajahn Somchai to the hospital saw the familiar twinkle in his teacher's eyes. On the ride back to the monastery, the young monk whose name was Naran was quiet, fighting back tears. Finally he burst out, "Ajahn, how can you joke? You're dying. Doesn't it frighten you? Aren't you sad?" Ajahn Somchai looked at him with great kindness. "Niran, I have been dying since the day I was born. We all have. Every breath brings us closer to the last breath. I am only fortunate enough to know approximately when mine will come. Most people live in denial of this truth, pretending they have unlimited time. But the Buddha taught this clearly. The trouble is, you think you have time. I don't think I have time. I know I don't. And this knowledge is a gift." Over the following weeks, as word of Ajahn Somchai's condition spread through the community, people's reactions varied. Some monks became sad and withdrawn. Others tried to pretend nothing was happening. The abbot offered to arrange for treatments for the best medical care available, though Ajahn Somchai gently declined. "Let this body follow its natural course," he said. "I have used it for 79 years. It has served me well. Now it is wearing out, as all things do. This is not a tragedy. This is just nature." But Ajahn Somchai himself seemed almost energized by his diagnosis. Instead of withdrawing or becoming morose, he became even more engaged with life. He spent long hours with students, teaching with particular intensity and clarity. He would sit in the garden and watch the butterflies with deep attention, as if seeing them for the first time. He laughed more than ever, finding humor in the smallest things. One morning, about 3 months after his diagnosis, he called together all the monks of the monastery. He looked thin now, his robes hanging loose on his frame, his skin taking on a translucent quality. But his eyes were bright, and his smile was warm as he addressed them. "My dear brothers," he said, "I have a request. When I die, and it will be soon now, I can feel it. I do not want a somber funeral. I do not want everyone weeping and wailing as if something terrible has happened. Instead, I want you to celebrate. I want you to tell jokes. I want you to laugh. I want you to remember that death is not the enemy of life, but its natural completion, like the last note of a beautiful song." The monks looked at each other uncomfortably. This was highly unusual, perhaps even inappropriate, but Ajahn Somchai continued. "Listen to what the Buddha taught," he said. "The trouble is not that we die, but that we don't live fully while we're alive. I have lived fully. Every single day of these 60 years as a monk has been a gift. I have practiced, I have learned, I have taught, I have loved this community and this practice and the strange, beautiful, painful, joyful experience of being alive. I am not leaving anything undone. I am not carrying regrets. I am complete." He paused, catching his breath. Even talking was becoming difficult now. "So when I go, do not mourn for me as if I am losing something precious. I am not losing life. I am completing it. And completion is cause for celebration, not grief. Do you understand?" One of the younger monks, tears streaming down his face, asked, "But Ajahn, how can we not be sad? We love you. We will miss you. The world will be darker without your presence." Ajahn Somchai's face softened with compassion. "Yes, you will miss me. That is natural. The Buddha did not teach us to suppress our emotions or pretend we don't feel them. Be sad if sadness comes. Cry if tears come. But do not mistake these natural feelings for the truth of what is happening. I am not going anywhere really. Where would I go? Energy does not disappear, it only transforms. The elements that make up this body will return to the earth, to the air, to the water. The consciousness that has been looking out through these eyes will return to its source, whatever that source may be." He smiled. "And I will tell you a secret. I am not afraid. I thought I might be when the diagnosis came. I examined my mind carefully, looking for fear, for resistance, for grasping onto life. And I found none. Only curiosity, only interest in this process that every human being must eventually undergo. What will it be like, this final transition? Will there be pain? Probably. Will there be uncertainty? Perhaps. But also there will be completion, resolution, the settling of all questions into the great silence." In the weeks that followed, Ajahn Somchai's condition deteriorated. The pain increased, though he refused most medications, preferring to remain clear-minded and aware. He continued teaching until he no longer had the strength, continued sitting in meditation until his body could no longer maintain the posture. But through it all, his essential quality remained, that lightness, that humor, that refusal to treat death as tragedy. One afternoon, when Niran was sitting with him, Ajahn Somchai suddenly laughed. Niran looked up, startled. "Ajahn, what is funny?" "I just realized," Ajahn Somchai said, his voice weak but amused, "that I have spent 60 years teaching about impermanence, about the truth that all things pass away. And now I get to demonstrate it personally. The teaching and the teacher become one. How perfect." 3 days before he died, Ajahn Somchai asked to be moved outside to the garden. The monks created a comfortable place for him under his favorite tree, where he could see the flowers and hear the birds and feel the breeze. Students came and went, sitting quietly with him, sometimes talking, sometimes just being present. To one student who asked about the afterlife, he said, "I don't know. And isn't that wonderful? After all these years of practice, I still get to be surprised. I still get to discover something new." Whatever comes next, I meet it with the same beginner's mind I tried to bring to everything. To another who asked if he had any regrets, he said, "Only that I didn't laugh more. I spent some years, especially early on, being too serious, thinking that spiritual practice meant being solemn and grave. What a waste." The Buddha attained enlightenment and his first teaching was about suffering, yes, but he smiled, he laughed, he knew that existence is both heartbreaking and hilarious, often at the same time. On his last day, Ajahn Somchai was very weak. He could barely speak above a whisper. The monks gathered around him, and he looked at each face with such love, such appreciation. Then he gestured for them to come closer. "Remember," he whispered, "before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. And after death, someone else chops wood and carries water. Life goes on. This is not sad, this is the way of things." He paused, gathering strength. "I want to tell you one more thing. A joke, really. Do you know what the Buddha said when he was dying? His last words?" The monks leaned in. He said, "All compounded things are subject to decay. Strive on with diligence." Even at the end, he was teaching. Even as he was dying, he was reminding everyone to practice. What dedication! Ajahn Somchai smiled, and then incredibly he laughed. A soft laugh, barely audible, but genuine. And do you know what I think? I think if the Buddha could speak again now, 2500 years later, he might add something. He might say, "Yes, all compounded things are subject to decay, including you, including me, including this teaching. So strive on with diligence, yes, but also don't forget to enjoy the ride." The monks didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Most did both. And Ajahn Somchai looked at them with such tenderness and said, "Perfect, exactly right, laugh and cry. Feel it all. This is what it means to be human, to be alive, to be present for this mysterious experience." His breathing was slowing now, becoming shallow. The monks began chanting softly, the ancient Pali verses they had chanted thousands of times before. But Ajahn Somchai raised a weak hand, stopping them. "No," he whispered. "No chanting. I want to hear the birds. I want to hear the wind in the trees. I want to hear life continuing, going on, caring nothing for my personal ending. This is what I want to take with me into silence, the sound of the world being itself, completely indifferent to my departure, and how beautiful that indifference is." So the monks sat in silence while birds called and leaves rustled, and somewhere in the distance children laughed in the village. Ajahn Somchai lay breathing slowly, his eyes closed, a slight smile on his face. Then, as the sun was setting and golden light filtered through the trees, his breathing simply stopped. One moment, breath was flowing in and out. The next moment, it wasn't. That was all. No drama, no struggle, no great pronouncement. Just breathing and then not breathing, like a wave rising and falling back into the ocean, like a cloud dissolving into the sky. The monks sat in silence for a long time. Then Niran, remembering his teacher's request, began to laugh. It was a small laugh at first, uncertain, mixed with tears. But it grew stronger as he remembered Ajahn Somchai's joy, his humor, his absolute refusal to treat death as tragedy. Soon others joined in laughing and crying simultaneously, honoring their teacher's last request, celebrating rather than mourning. They told stories of Ajahn Somchai's jokes, his pranks, his moments of unexpected silliness. They remembered his teachings, not with somber gravity, but with appreciation for how he had lived them so fully, so completely, right up to the final breath. 3 days later, they held the funeral ceremony. Following Ajahn Somchai's wishes, it was not a typical solemn affair. Yes, there were chants and rituals, the proper forms being observed. But there was also laughter, storytelling, even some gentle joking. The abbot, giving the eulogy, said, "Ajahn Somchai taught us many things, but perhaps the most important was this. Death is not the opposite of life, but a part of life. And if we can meet it with the same presence and acceptance we bring to everything else, it loses its power to terrify us." Years later, Students who had been present at Ajahn Somchai's death would tell the story to others, and always they would emphasize not his wisdom or his scholarship or his meditation skills, but his laughter, his lightness, his ability to face the end of his life with the same joy and curiosity he had brought to the middle and the beginning. He showed us, they would say, that the Buddha's teaching about impermanence is not meant to make us sad or fearful. It is meant to wake us up, to help us appreciate each moment while we have it, to live fully rather than holding back in fear of loss. Ajahn Somchai lived fully right up to his last breath. He didn't waste time being afraid of death. He was too busy being alive. And new students, hearing this story, would begin to understand something essential, that spiritual practice is not about denying death or transcending it or preparing for some afterlife, but about being so fully present in this life that death, when it comes, is simply the natural completion of a dance well danced, a song well sung, a life well lived. Under the tree where Ajahn Somchai had died, the monks planted flowers, bright, colourful flowers that would bloom and fade and bloom again, teaching the same lesson their teacher had taught, that beauty and impermanence are not enemies but partners, that joy and loss are two sides of the same coin. Life and death are not opposites but a continuum, and that the deepest wisdom is found not in resisting change, but in embracing it with open arms and an open heart, and, when possible, with laughter. The flowers bloom still, season after season, and the birds still sing in the branches above, and life goes on just as Ajahn Somchai said it would, carrying his teaching forward, not in solemn preservation, but in joyful continuation, in the sound of monks laughing as they work, in the lightness they bring to practice, in their willingness to hold even the deepest truths with gentle hands and smiling faces. From ending comes beginning, and so we turn now to a story of renewal, of faith in what cannot be seen, of taking the step even when the path is invisible, trusting that the ground will rise to meet us. You are so deeply relaxed now, floating in that space between waking and sleeping, where stories and dreams merge into one. Let this tale of the bridge and fog carry you even deeper into rest. In the mountains of Nepal, where the Himalayas rise white and sharp against the sky, there was a village called Namche Bazaar. It sat at the crossroads of ancient trading routes, a place where people from the lowlands brought rice and cloth and tools to exchange for salt and wool and medicinal herbs from Tibet. For centuries, merchants and pilgrims had passed through this village on their way to higher elevations, to sacred peaks, to monasteries perched on cliffs where monks practiced in solitude. The route beyond Namche Bazaar was treacherous. A narrow path wound up the mountainside, crossing deep gorges on rope bridges that swayed in the wind, passing through forests of rhododendron and pine, climbing higher and higher until the air grew thin and breathing became difficult. Many travelers turned back, unable to face the challenges of the high route. Others pressed on, driven by necessity or faith, or the simple determination to reach what lay beyond. There was one crossing in particular that was notorious among travelers, a place where the path reached a deep gorge carved by a river that thundered far below, angry and white with glacial melt. Here, a rope bridge spanned the chasm, old and weathered, swaying even without wind. The bridge was perhaps 50 meters long, and the gorge it crossed was so deep that on misty days you could not see the bottom, only whiteness below and whiteness above. The bridge suspended in a world of fog, with nothing visible on either side. In Namche Bazaar lived a young woman named Yang Chen. She was 24 years old, daughter of a tea house owner, and she had lived her entire life in the village. She had heard stories of the lands beyond, of the great monasteries at higher elevations, of the sacred lakes where pilgrims went to pray, of the views from the high passes where you could see mountain after mountain stretching to the horizon like waves of stone frozen in time. But Yang Chen had never travelled beyond her village, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid. Specifically, she was afraid of the rope bridge over the deep gorge. She had tried to cross it once when she was 16, determined to visit her aunt who lived in a village 3 days' journey higher up the mountain. She had stepped onto the bridge, felt it sway beneath her feet, looked down at the whiteness where the river roared far below, and been paralyzed by fear. Her heart had pounded, her hands had trembled, her legs had refused to move forward. She had backed off the bridge, ashamed and disappointed, and returned home. Since then, she had not tried again. The memory of that fear, of that paralysis, had been enough to keep her in Namche Bazaar. She told herself she was content with her life, helping her father run the tea house, serving travelers, listening to their stories of distant places without needing to visit those places herself. But deep inside, young Chen knew she was lying to herself. She was not content. She was trapped, and the trap was her own fear. Every time a traveler came through and spoke of the high country, of the clarity of light at elevation, of the profound peace of the mountain monasteries, she felt a longing so sharp it was like physical pain. She wanted to go, but she was afraid. One autumn, a wandering nun came to Yang Chen's father's tea house. Her name was Annie Dolma, and she was perhaps 60 years old, with a withered face and eyes that seemed to see through surfaces to something beneath. She wore the maroon robes of a Buddhist nun and carried only a small pack and a walking stick. She had come from a hermitage high in the mountains and was traveling to the lowlands for the winter, as many monks and nuns did when the high country became impassable with snow. Annie Dolma stayed at the tea house for 3 days, resting before the long descent to warmer elevations. She spent her time sitting quietly, sometimes reading from a small prayer book, sometimes just watching the clouds move across the mountains. Young Chen found herself drawn to the nun's presence. There was something about her stillness, her self-containment, her quality of being completely at home wherever she was. On the nun's last evening at the tea house, young Chen brought her tea and gathered the courage to speak. "Annie La," she said, using the respectful term, "may I ask you something?" Annie Dolma smiled and gestured for her to sit. "Of course, child. You live in the high mountains, yes? You must have crossed the rope bridge many times." "Many times, yes. Dozens, perhaps hundreds over the years. Are you not afraid? The bridge is so old, the gorge so deep. What if the ropes break? What if you fall?" Annie Dolma looked at her carefully. "You want to cross, don't you? But you are afraid." Young Chen felt tears spring to her eyes. "Yes, I tried once years ago. I couldn't do it. I was too frightened. And now I feel trapped. There are things I want to see, places I want to go, but they are all on the other side of that bridge, and I cannot make myself cross it." The nun was quiet for a long moment, sipping her tea. Then she said, "Tell me, when you tried to cross the bridge, what were you looking at?" I was looking down, at the gorge, at the whiteness where I could not see the bottom." "Ah," said Annie Dolma, "and when you look down at what you fear, at the drop, at the danger, at all the terrible things that might happen, what happens in your body?" "I freeze," Yan Chen whispered. "My legs won't move. My heart pounds. I feel like I will faint or fall." Annie Dolma nodded. "This is natural. The mind, when it focuses on danger, prepares the body to flee or freeze. This is how we are made. It has kept humans alive for countless generations. But here is what you must understand. You were trying to cross the bridge while looking at what you feared, and so your fear grew larger and larger until it swallowed all possibility of movement." She set down her teacup. "There is a teaching from the great Zen master Dogen. He said, 'To study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by myriad things.' Do you know what this means?" Young Chen shook her head. "It means that when we are caught in self-consciousness, when we are focused entirely on ourselves, on our fear, our safety, our thoughts about what might happen, we become paralyzed. But when we forget ourselves, when we become absorbed in something larger than our small self, we can do things we thought impossible." She leaned forward. "Listen carefully. I will tell you how to cross the bridge. When you step onto it, do not look down. Look ahead to where you are going. Not to the far side that may be too distant, too obscured by fog. Just look at the next step, the next board beneath your feet. And as you take that step, do not think about yourself, about your fear. about all the things that might go wrong. Think about why you are crossing. Hold in your mind the place you want to reach, the reason you are willing to face this fear. Yang Chen listened intently. But what if the fear comes anyway? What if I step onto the bridge and feel the same terror I felt before? It will come, Anidolma said simply. Fear is not your enemy. It is information, a natural response to danger. Let it come. Acknowledge it. Yes, I am afraid. Yes, this is dangerous. Yes, I might fall. But do not let the fear make the decision. You make the decision. Fear can be a passenger on this journey, but it cannot be the driver. She smiled. There is another teaching that might help you. The Buddha said, the trouble is you think you have time. But time is not guaranteed. You could live in Namche Bazaar for another 60 years and never cross that bridge, never see what lies beyond. Would that be a life fully lived? Or would it be a life constrained by fear, made small by the refusal to take risks? Yang Chen felt something shifting in her chest, some locked door beginning to open. I want to try again, she said quietly. I want to cross the bridge. Good, said Anidolma. Then I will wait for you on the other side. The next morning, Anidolma set out early, climbing the path toward the notorious bridge. Yang Chen told her father she was going to gather herbs in the forest, packed a small bag, and followed an hour later. By the time she reached the bridge, the sun was higher, but the gorge was filled with fog, thick, white, impenetrable fog that swirled in the updrafts from the river far below. Anidolma was sitting on a rock on the far side of the bridge, visible as a small dark figure in the fog. When she saw Yang Chen arrive, she waved but did not call out, did not offer encouragement or advice. She simply waited. Yang Chen stood at the entrance to the bridge, her heart already beginning to pound. The bridge swayed gently in the morning breeze, creaking, the old ropes groaning. She could see only about halfway across. Beyond that, everything disappeared into whiteness. She could not see the far side. She could not see Anidolma clearly. She could not see where the bridge ended, where safety waited. She remembered the last time she had stood here, 8 years ago, how the fear had risen up and paralyzed her. She felt it rising now, the same cold, gripping sensation in her stomach, the same weakness in her legs, the same voice in her mind saying, "You cannot do this. It is too dangerous. Turn back now while you still can." But this time she also remembered Anidolma's words, "Do not look down at what you fear. Look ahead to where you are going, and hold in your mind why you are crossing." Yang Chen closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Why was she crossing? Because she wanted to see the high country. Because she wanted to visit the monasteries. Because she wanted to prove to herself that fear did not have to define the boundaries of her life. Because she wanted to be the kind of person who took risks, who stepped into uncertainty, who chose courage over comfort. She opened her eyes and looked not down at the gorge, not at the swaying of the bridge, but straight ahead. She focused on the first plank beneath her feet, just one step away. She could see that plank clearly. She could reach it. That was all she needed to do, reach that first plank. She stepped onto the bridge. The fear was immediate and overwhelming. The bridge swayed under her weight, the movement triggering every alarm in her nervous system. Her hands gripped the rope railing so tightly her knuckles went white. Her breath came fast and shallow. The voice in her head screamed at her to go back, to get off, to return to safety. But Yang Chen did something she had never done before. She acknowledged the fear. Yes, I am terrified, but she did not let it decide. She looked at the next plank, just one step ahead. She thought, I am crossing this bridge because I choose a larger life than fear allows. And she took another step, then another, and another. She did not look down. When the impulse came, and it came constantly, a magnetic pull to look at the danger, to verify the reality of what she feared, she refused it. She kept her eyes on the planks ahead, on the next step, only the next step. The fog was thick around her now. She was perhaps a quarter of the way across, and she could no longer see either end of the bridge. There was only the narrow wooden planks beneath her feet, the rope railings in her hands, and the whiteness above and below and on all sides. She was suspended in nothingness, in a world of fog and rope and old wood, with nothing visible to confirm that the bridge actually led anywhere, that there was solid ground on either side. This was the moment of true faith. Not faith in religious doctrine or divine intervention, but faith in the simple fact that the path continues even when you cannot see where it leads. Faith that if you keep taking steps, you will eventually arrive. Faith that the bridge has two ends even when you can see neither. Yang Chen's fear was screaming now. Every instinct said, "Stop. You are lost. You are suspended in emptiness. You will never reach the other side." But she remembered what Annie Dolma had said about forgetting the self, about being absorbed in something larger. So she began to focus not on her fear, not on her small self crossing a bridge, but on the simple physical sensations of walking, the feeling of her feet making contact with each plank, the pressure of the rope in her hands, the cool air on her face, the slight sway that came with each step. She began to breathe in rhythm with her steps. In step, out step, in step, out step. The rhythm became a kind of meditation, a focusing of attention that left no room for the catastrophic thinking that feeds fear. There was just breath and step, movement continuing through whiteness, trust that the next plank would be there, and the next, and the next. Time became strange. She might have been on the bridge for minutes or hours, she had no way to know. There was only the eternal present of this step, this breath, this moment of continuing despite fear, of choosing movement over paralysis, of having faith in what could not be seen. And then, gradually, the fog began to thin. She could see further ahead. She could see the outline of the far side of the gorge. She could see Annie Dolma still sitting on her rock, still waiting patiently. 10 more steps. 5, 3, 1. And then she was off the bridge, standing on solid ground, her legs shaking so badly she could barely stand. She sank to her knees on the rocky path, breathing hard, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. Annie Dolma came and sat beside her, saying nothing, just being present while Yang Chen's body processed what she had just done. Finally, Yang Chen looked up at the nun. "I did it," she whispered. "I crossed the bridge." "Yes," Annie Dolma said simply. "You crossed the bridge. And what did you discover?" Yang Chen thought about this. "I discovered that I could be afraid and still move forward. That fear did not have to stop me. That I could choose courage even when courage felt impossible." "Yes," said the nun. "And you discovered something else, I think. You discovered that faith is not about certainty. It is about taking the next step even when you cannot see where the path leads. You were in the middle of that bridge, surrounded by fog, unable to see either end. And you kept walking. You had faith that the path continued, that if you kept taking steps, you would arrive. And you did." She placed her hand on Yang Chen's shoulder. "This is what Zen Master Dogen meant about forgetting the self. When you were focused on yourself, on your fear, on your safety, on all the terrible things that might happen, you were paralyzed. But when you forgot yourself, when you became absorbed in the simple act of taking one step after another, when you trusted in something larger than your small, fearful self, you could do what you thought was impossible." Yang Chen looked back at the bridge, still swaying gently in the breeze, still disappearing into fog in both directions. From here, knowing she had crossed it, it looked almost ordinary. Just a bridge, just a crossing. The same bridge that had kept her trapped for 8 years, that had defined the boundaries of her world, that had seemed utterly impassable. "Will it be easier next time?" she asked. Annie Dolma smiled. "Perhaps, perhaps not. Fear does not always diminish with familiarity, but you will know something you did not know before that you can cross, despite the fear. That courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward with fear as your companion. And this knowledge, this is worth more than any easy crossing could give you." Yang Chen stood up, her legs still shaky, but her heart strangely light. She looked ahead up the path that led to the high country, to the places she had longed to see for so many years. "Will you walk with me for a while?" she asked Annie Dolma. "I am going down to the lowlands," the nun said, "but you are going up. This is your journey now, not mine. But I will give you one more teaching before we part." She gestured back at the bridge. You cross that bridge by focusing on one step at a time, by not looking too far ahead or too far behind, by trusting that the path would continue. This is how you must cross all the difficult passages in your life. Not by trying to see the entire journey at once, not by demanding certainty about the outcome, but by simply taking the next step that is in front of you, and then the next, and then the next. And when you are surrounded by fog and cannot see where you are going, that is when faith is most necessary and most powerful. The faith to keep walking even when you cannot see, to trust that the ground will rise to meet your feet, to believe that the path continues even when it is invisible. She bowed to Yang Chen, and Yang Chen bowed in return. Then Annie Dolma turned and walked back onto the bridge, disappearing into the fog without hesitation, without fear, just one step after another. A small figure becoming smaller and then vanishing entirely into the whiteness. Yang Chen watched her go, then turned and began walking up the path. Her body was tired from the adrenaline of the crossing, but her spirit felt strangely energized, expanded, as if by crossing that bridge she had crossed some internal threshold as well, had stepped out of a life defined by fear into a life defined by choice. The path ahead was long and uncertain. There would be other difficult crossings, other moments when fog obscured the way and she would have to walk on faith alone. But she had learned something essential, that she could do it, that she could step into uncertainty and keep walking, that she could be afraid and still move forward. That faith was not about knowing where you would end up, but about trusting that each step would lead to the next step, and that this was enough. Years later, when Yang Chen had become a traveler herself, when she had seen the high monasteries and the sacred lakes, when she had crossed many bridges, both literal and metaphorical, people would sometimes ask her about that first crossing, and she would tell them what Annie Dolma had taught her, that the bridge is always there, waiting to be crossed, but we cannot cross it by looking at our fear. We cross it by looking at our faith, faith in the path, faith in our own capacity to take the next step, faith that the ground will rise to meet us even when we cannot see it through the fog. On the far side of the bridge, the fog lifts, revealing what was always there but temporarily hidden. Let us rest here for a moment in the clearing mist before we walk to our final teaching, where a question asked for 40 years receives an answer that is not an answer, and a silence that speaks more clearly than any words. You are drifting now, so peacefully, suspended between sleep and waking. Let this story about questions and silence carry you even deeper into that place where words dissolve and understanding arises without thought. In the mountains of Japan, along a remote pilgrimage route where few travelers ventured, there stood a small temple gate. It was not an impressive gate, just two wooden posts supporting a simple roof, weathered grey by centuries of rain and snow and sun. The gate marked the entrance to a monastery that lay a kilometre up a steep path, hidden among cedar trees so old they seemed to have been there since the beginning of time. At this gate, for 40 years, sat a monk named Hakuin. He was not the famous Hakuin Ekaku who had lived centuries before, but rather a simple monk who had taken that name when he had taken his vows, a name that meant white hidden or perhaps concealed in clarity. He was now perhaps 70 years old, though he had lost track of years long ago. Time at the gate moved differently than time in the world below. Seasons turned, travelers came and went, but the gate itself remained constant, and Hakuin remained with it. His task was simple and strange. He was the gatekeeper, but not in the ordinary sense. The gate was never locked, never closed. Anyone could walk through it at any time. But before they did, before they proceeded up the path to the monastery, Hakuin would ask them a question. The same question, asked of every person who approached for 40 years. Who are you? Not, what is your name? Not, where are you from? Not, what brings you here? Just, who are you? Some travelers would laugh and give their name. Hakuin would nod politely and ask again, but who are you? They would look puzzled and say their occupation, their family lineage, their home village. Hakuin would nod and ask again, but who are you really? Most travelers would eventually grow frustrated or confused and simply walk through the gate, leaving Hakuin sitting there with his question unanswered. He never stopped them. He never insisted they answer before passing. He simply asked, and if they could not or would not answer, he let them go. Some travelers, particularly those coming specifically to study at the monastery, would try to give philosophical answers. I am a seeker of truth. I am Buddha nature expressing itself. I am emptiness and form. I am one with all things. Hakuin would listen to these answers with patient attention, then smile slightly and say, "Very good. Now, who are you?" Over 40 years, thousands of people had passed through the gate. Some had laughed at the question. Some had been annoyed by it. Some had tried earnestly to answer it. Some had ignored it entirely. But in all those years, no one had answered in a way that made Hakuin nod and say, "Yes, you may enter." The monks in the monastery above had long since stopped trying to understand what Hakuin was doing at the gate, or what answer he was waiting for. He received food and supplies from the monastery, but rarely came up the path himself. He lived in a tiny shelter beside the gate, swept the area clean each morning, sat in meditation for hours each day, and asked his question of anyone who approached. One autumn morning, as golden leaves drifted down from the surrounding trees, a young woman approached the gate. Her name was Yuki, and she was perhaps 28 years old. She had been traveling for 3 months, visiting temples and monasteries throughout Japan, seeking something. She was not entirely sure what. Peace, perhaps. Understanding. A way to live with the grief that had consumed her since her daughter had died 2 years earlier. Her daughter had been only 4 years old. A fever had taken her in 3 days despite all the doctors could do. Yuki had held her as she died, had felt the small body grow still in her arms, and since that day she had been unable to find any peace, any acceptance, any way to make sense of a world where children died and mothers were left with empty arms and breaking hearts. She had tried everything: Buddhist temples, Shinto shrines, meditation retreats, periods of isolation in the mountains. She had read every teaching about impermanence and suffering and letting go. She understood it all intellectually. She could recite the Four Noble Truths, could explain the doctrine of no self, could discuss the nature of attachment. But none of it touched the raw wound in her heart. None of it brought her peace. Now she had come to this remote monastery, her last hope before giving up the search entirely and returning to the hollow existence she had been living. Going through the motions of life without feeling truly alive. She approached the gate and saw an old monk sitting beside it, his eyes closed in meditation. She waited respectfully until he opened his eyes and looked at her. "Good morning," she said, bowing. Hakuin returned the bow. Then he asked, as he had asked thousands of times before, "Who are you?" Yuki was tired. She had heard this question in various forms at various temples. She gave the answer she always gave. "My name is Yuki. I am from Kyoto. I have come to study at the monastery." Hakuin nodded. "Yes, I understand. But who are you?" Yuki felt a flash of irritation. Not this again. Not more philosophical games, more clever wordplay, more teachers trying to sound profound by asking unanswerable questions. "I am a seeker," she said, trying to keep her voice even. "I am someone looking for peace." "Ah," said Hakuin. "A seeker. Someone looking. But who is this one who seeks? Who is this one who looks?" Something in Yuki snapped. The exhaustion, the grief, the 3 months of traveling, the 2 years of pain, all of it came rushing up and out. "I don't know," she cried. "I don't know who I am anymore. I was a mother, but my daughter is dead. I was a wife, but I left my husband because I could not bear to be in the house where she died. I was a person who believed life had meaning, but I don't believe that anymore. I am no one. I am nothing. I am just pain walking around in the shape of a woman." Is that what you want to hear? Tears were streaming down her face now, and she didn't care. She had tried so hard to maintain composure, to be a good student, to ask the right questions and give the right answers. But she had nothing left. She was empty. Hakuin looked at her with the most extraordinary expression. Not pity, not sympathy, but something that might have been recognition, or perhaps joy. "Say that again," he said quietly. Yuki wiped her eyes, confused. "Say what again?" "What you just said, about who you are." I said, I don't know. I said, I am nothing. I am no one. Hakuin's face broke into a wide smile, and he began to laugh, not mockingly but with genuine delight. Yes, he said. Yes, finally, after 40 years, someone speaks the truth. Yuki stared at him. What? What are you talking about? I didn't answer your question. I told you I don't know who I am. Exactly, Hakuin said, still smiling. You said I don't know, and this is the only true answer. This is what I have been waiting 40 years to hear. Not the confident proclamations of identity, not the philosophical concepts borrowed from books, not the clever Zen answers that sound profound but mean nothing. Just the simple, honest truth, I don't know. He stood up, his old joints creaking, and gestured for her to sit. Please, sit with me for a moment. Let me explain something. Yuki sat, bewildered, still crying, not understanding what had just happened. Hakuin settled himself beside her. For 40 years, I have asked every person who came to this gate the same question. Who are you? And for 40 years, people have given me answers. Names, occupations, identities, roles, philosophical concepts. Everyone's so certain of who they are, or at least pretending to be certain. But all of these answers are false. Not because they are lies, but because they are incomplete, partial, borrowed from outside rather than discovered inside. He looked at her with those deep, clear eyes. There is a famous teaching in Zen. It is a koan, a puzzle with no logical solution. The master asks, show me your original face before your parents were born. Do you know this koan? Yuki nodded. She had heard it before, had even tried to work with it during meditation, had never understood what it meant. This koan, Hakuin continued, is asking the same question I ask at the gate. Who are you really? Not your name, which was given to you by others. Not your role mother, wife, daughter, which are relationships that change and end. Not your job, your accomplishments, your body, your thoughts, your emotions. All of these things are temporary, borrowed, conditional. They are not who you truly are. So the koan asks, what is your face before all of these conditions arose? Who are you before you became all these things you think you are? He paused, watching her carefully. And the answer, the only true answer is, I don't know. Because the truth of what you are cannot be captured in words, cannot be grasped by the thinking mind, cannot be held as a concept or an idea. It can only be experienced directly, and even that experience cannot be fully described or explained. Yuki felt something shifting inside her, some tightly held place beginning to loosen. But if I don't know who I am, then who am I? What am I? Hakuin smiled gently. Yes, keep asking, keep not knowing. This is the practice, not to find an answer and hold on to it, but to live in the question, to rest in the not knowing, to be comfortable with the mystery of your own existence. He gestured around at the trees, the mountains, the morning light filtering through the leaves. Look at the world. Does the tree know it is a tree? Does the mountain know it is a mountain? They simply are what they are, without needing to define themselves, without needing to know. And yet they are perfect expressions of their nature. The tree does tree-ness completely. The mountain does mountain-ness completely. They don't need to understand themselves to be themselves. Yuki felt more tears coming, but different tears now, not tears of despair, but tears of something else, some recognition she could not quite name. Are you saying I should stop trying to understand who I am? I am saying that the understanding you seek cannot be found in the thinking mind, Hakuin said. The thinking mind can only know things by dividing them, categorizing them, comparing them to other things. It can know I am a mother's by comparison to not a mother. It can know I am sad by comparison to not sad. But what you truly are cannot be known this way because it has nothing to compare itself to. It is what you are before any division, any categorization, any concept. He was quiet for a moment, then said, You told me your daughter died. This is why you seek, yes? This is why you travel, why you come to monasteries, why you ask questions. Yuki nodded, unable to speak. And when she died, you felt like you died too. Like the person you were, the mother disappeared with her. And since then you have been trying to find yourself again, to discover who you are in the absence of that role, that identity. Yes, yes, Yuki whispered. And this is why you finally spoke the truth, Hakuin said, because grief stripped away all the false certainties, all the comfortable identities, all the answers you thought you had. It left you naked, not knowing, unable to say with any confidence, I am this or I am that. And in this unknowing, this emptiness, you are closer to truth than you have ever been. Yuki looked at him through her tears. But it hurts. Not knowing who I am, it hurts. Yes, Hakuin said simply, it hurts. The teaching of Zen Master Dogen is relevant here. He said, to study the Buddha way is to study the self. To study the self is to forget the self. To forget the self is to be actualized by myriad things. Do you understand? No, Yuki said honestly. Hakuin smiled. Good, let me put it differently. When you say, I don't know who I am, there is pain because you are still looking for a self to know, an identity to grasp onto. You have lost the identity of mothers, and you are searching desperately for some other identity to replace it. But what if there is no fixed self to know? What if what you are is not a thing at all, not an identity that can be grasped and held, but rather a process, a flow, a constant becoming? He gestured to the stream that ran nearby, its water moving constantly over stones. The stream is never the same from one moment to the next. The water that was here a moment ago is already downstream. New water flows in to take its place. So is it the same stream or a different stream? If you try to grasp the stream, to hold it still and say, this is the stream, you fail, because the stream is movement itself, change itself. To know the stream, you cannot freeze it in your mind. You must simply observe it, be with it, let it be what it is. And I am like the stream? Yuki asked. You are like the stream. You are process, not product. Becoming, not being. The person you were before your daughter died, the person you are now, the person you will be tomorrow. These are all different, like different water in the stream. But there is also continuity, a pattern, a flow that connects them. This is what you are, not a fixed self, but a flowing, changing, ever-becoming process. Yuki sat in silence, trying to absorb this. It was not an answer, not really. It did not give her back her daughter. It did not erase her pain. But it offered something, a way of holding the pain differently, a way of being with the uncertainty without needing to resolve it, without needing to grasp onto some new identity to replace the one she had lost. What should I do? She finally asked. Hakuin laughed gently. This is the question everyone asks. What should I do? As if there is some action, some practice, some technique that will fix everything. But I will tell you the same thing the Buddha taught. There is nothing to do except to be present with what is. Your daughter died. This is a fact. It cannot be changed. Your grief is real. This is a fact. It cannot be eliminated by pretending or suppressing or understanding. Your identity as a mother has been disrupted. This is a fact. It cannot be restored by finding a new identity to replace it. He paused, then continued more softly. So what should you do? Simply this, be with what is. Let yourself not know who you are. Let yourself be uncertain, undefined, in process. Let yourself grieve when grief comes, and rest when grief subsides. Let yourself be like the stream, changing, flowing, never the same from one moment to the next, and yet continuously yourself in some way that cannot be captured in words. Yuki felt something releasing in her chest, some knot she had been carrying for 2 years beginning to loosen. Is this what you have been doing here for 40 years? Being with not knowing? Hakuin smiled. Yes, I ask the question, who are you? But really, I am asking it of myself, over and over, day after day, year after year. And every time I ask it, the answer is the same, I don't know. And every time I admit, I don't know, I am free for one more moment, from the burden of trying to be someone, to maintain some fixed identity, to know what cannot be known. He stood up slowly. You may go up to the monastery if you wish. They have good teachers there, good practices. But you have already learned the most important lesson. You have learned to say, I don't know, and mean it. This is the beginning of wisdom, not to know many things, but to not know deeply, completely, honestly. Yuki stood as well. She bowed to Hakuin, deeper than she had ever bowed to anyone, a bow of genuine gratitude for something she could not quite name. Thank you, she said, for asking the question, for waiting 40 years for someone to not know the answer. Hakuin bowed in return. Thank you for being honest, for speaking the truth when everyone else was performing certainty, pretending to know. Your I don't know was worth the 40-year wait. Yuki walked through the gate and up the path toward the monastery, but she felt different than she'd felt approaching any of the other temples on her journey. She was not carrying expectations now, not seeking some answer that would fix her pain, not hoping some teacher would give her the wisdom that would make everything make sense. She was simply walking, step by step, not knowing where this path would lead, not knowing who she was or who she would become, not knowing anything except that this step was followed by the next step, and that this unknowing was somehow enough. She stayed at the monastery for 6 months, practicing meditation and studying with the teachers there. But the teaching that stayed with her most deeply was the one she had received at the gate, that it was okay not to know. That identity was fluid rather than fixed, that she did not need to have all the answers or understand everything or be certain of who she was. When she finally returned to the world, she was still grieving her daughter. The pain was still there, but she carried it differently now, not as a burden that needed to be eliminated or understood, but as part of the flowing stream of her experience, arising and passing like everything else, never the same from one moment to the next. And when people asked her, as they sometimes did, "How are you? Who are you now, after everything you've been through?" she would sometimes smile and say, "I don't know, and that's okay. I'm learning to live with not knowing, to be comfortable with mystery, to let myself be in process rather than demanding fixed answers." And in that not knowing, she found a kind of peace, not the peace of having everything resolved, but the peace of no longer fighting with what is, the peace of accepting uncertainty, the peace of being, like water in a stream, continuously flowing, continuously changing, continuously herself without needing to define or grasp or hold on to any fixed sense of what that self might be. At the gate, Hakuin continued to sit, continued to ask his question of every traveller who passed. But now, when he asked, "Who are you?" he did it with even more lightness, even more joy. Having heard the answer he waited 40 years to hear, knowing that most would give him names and concepts and borrowed identities, but that someday, perhaps, another weary traveller would stand before him and speak the liberating truth. I don't know. Ow. In that silence, all questions dissolve, bringing us at last to where we've been travelling all along, to a lantern floating on water, completing a circle that was never broken, returning to a home that was never left. You are so deeply relaxed now, so peaceful, floating in that vast space between sleeping and waking. This final story will carry you gently home, will close the circle, will bring you to rest in the place you have always been. In a coastal village in southern Japan, there was a festival held each year on the night of the autumn equinox. It was called the Festival of Returning Light, and it marked the moment when day and night were perfectly balanced, when the year began its descent into darkness, when the harvests were gathered and the long preparations for winter began. The centerpiece of this festival was a ceremony with paper lanterns. Each family in the village would create a lantern, simple constructions of rice paper and bamboo, with a small candle inside. At sunset, everyone would gather at the river that flowed through the village and down to the sea. They would light their lanterns and place them gently on the water, watching as the current carried them downstream, hundreds of small lights floating on the dark water, drifting toward the ocean. Each lantern was meant to represent a prayer, a wish, an intention for the coming season. Some people wrote messages on their lanterns, names of deceased loved ones, hopes for the future, gratitude for blessings received. Others left their lanterns blank, letting the light itself carry whatever needed to be carried. The lanterns would float downstream for perhaps a kilometer before reaching the place where the river met the sea. There, most would continue out into the ocean, their lights gradually disappearing into the vast darkness of the water. But sometimes, not every year, but often enough that people watched for it. The tide and the current would create an eddy, a circular flow of water that would catch some of the lanterns and turn them around, bringing them back upstream, back toward the village, back to the shore from which they had departed. When this happened, when lanterns returned, people would say it was a sign that prayers had been heard, that wishes had been acknowledged, that what had been sent out had come back transformed, blessed, completed. In this village lived a woman named Hannah. She was 53 years old and had lived through many autumns, had participated in the Festival of Returning Light since she was a child. She had sent out countless lanterns over the years, lanterns for her parents when they died, lanterns for her husband when he died, lanterns for children she had hoped to have but never did, lanterns for dreams that had not manifested, for losses that had cut deep, for joys that had surprised her, for the simple continuity of her ordinary life. This particular autumn, Hannah was feeling her age in a way she never had before. Her joints ached when she woke in the morning. Her hair had turned completely white over the past year. She tired easily, needed more rest, moved more slowly through her days. She was not sick, not dying as far as she knew, but she could feel the gradual dimming, the slow descent that comes to all who live long enough. The body softening, the energy waning, the distance growing between herself and the young woman she had once been. She sat in her small house on the morning of the festival, creating her lantern. She had done this so many times that her hands moved automatically, folding the paper, attaching it to the bamboo frame, creating a small platform for the candle. But this year, she found herself unsure what to write on the lantern, what prayer to send out into the world. In previous years, she had always known. When her husband had died, she had written his name and a message of love. When her mother had been ill, she had written a prayer for healing. When the rice harvest had been threatened by drought, she had written a wish for rain. But this year, she had no specific request, no particular loss to honor, no clear intention to send out into the universe. She sat with her brush hovering over the blank paper of the lantern, and slowly she realized what she was feeling. She was feeling complete, not in the sense of having achieved everything she wanted, not in the sense of having no more desires or needs, but complete in the sense of having lived a full cycle, having gone out into the world and come back to herself, having sent out so many prayers and wishes over the years, and having received not always what she asked for, but always something, always enough. Finally, she wrote on her lantern just one word: home. That evening, as the sun set and the sky turned orange and pink and purple, the villagers gathered at the riverside. There were perhaps 200 people, from infants held in their mothers' arms to elderly folks walking with canes. Everyone held a lantern, and the air was filled with gentle anticipation, with the particular quality of attention that comes with ritual, with marking transitions, with acknowledging the passage of time. The head priest from the local temple said a blessing, chanting in the old language that most people no longer understood, but that sounded right, sounded ancient, sounded connected to all the other autumns when the ceremony had been performed, stretching back through generations to times when the village had been smaller, when the river had run wilder, when the sea had seemed both more dangerous and more sacred than it did now. Then, one by one, and family by family, people began lighting their lanterns and placing them on the water. Hannah watched as the first lanterns began their journey, small golden lights floating on the dark surface of the river, bobbing gently in the current, slowly moving downstream. More lanterns joined them, and then more, until the river was filled with light, a flowing constellation of golden stars drifting toward the sea. When it was her turn, Hannah knelt at the water's edge. She lit the candle inside her lantern and watched the paper glow with warm light. For a moment she held it, this small vessel carrying her single word, her simple prayer. Then she placed it gently on the water and watched it join the others, becoming one light among many, individual and yet part of the whole, distinct and yet merged with the greater flow. She stood and watched her lantern drift downstream. It moved steadily with the current, turning slowly as it went, the word home visible on one side when it rotated toward her, then disappearing as it turned away. She watched it move farther and farther, becoming smaller, becoming just one small light among hundreds of small lights, all flowing together toward the sea. Other villagers began to walk downstream along the riverbank, following their lanterns, wanting to watch them as long as possible before they disappeared into the darkness of the ocean. Hannah joined this procession, walking slowly, her old legs protesting but carrying her forward, her eyes tracking her lantern among all the others. The path along the river wound through rice fields and small groves of trees, passing the places she had known all her life. The bend where she had played as a child, the flat rock where she had sat with her husband when they were courting, the willow tree she had planted when her mother died. The river ran through her history, through her memories, and walking beside it now felt like walking through her own life, following the flow of all that had been, all that was, all that would be. After perhaps 30 minutes of walking, the procession reached the place where the river met the sea. Here, the river widened and slowed, and the lanterns began to spread out, some caught in this current and some in that, some moving quickly toward the ocean and some lingering in the calmer water near the shore. The villagers stood watching, silent now, as the lanterns dispersed into the darkness. Some would be carried far out to sea, their lights eventually extinguished by waves or wind, or the simple burning down of their candles. Others would wash up on nearby beaches, paper and bamboo, returning to the elements they came from. A few, always just a few, would be caught by the strange circular current that formed here, where fresh water met salt water, where the river's downstream flow met the ocean's tidal patterns. Hannah stood watching, and as she watched, something shifted in her perception. She had participated in this ceremony for nearly 50 years, had seen it as a ritual of sending things out, prayers, wishes, memories, love, sending them out into the world, into the universe, releasing them to whatever forces might receive them. But standing here now, at the place where the river met the sea, she suddenly understood it differently. The lanterns were not really going anywhere, they were completing a circle. The water that carried them had fallen as rain in the mountains, had flowed down through streams and rivers to this very spot, and would evaporate from the ocean to become rain again, falling again in the mountains, flowing again to the sea. The cycle was endless, eternal, always returning to itself. And she too, she was not separate from this cycle. The water in her body had come from this river, from this ocean, from the rain that fell on the mountains. The food she ate grew from soil fed by this water. The breath she breathed had been breathed by countless others before her, and would be breathed by countless others after. She was not a separate self, standing on the shore watching the cycle from outside. She was part of the cycle, had always been part of it, would always be part of it. The word she had written on her lantern, home, suddenly revealed its deeper meaning. She had thought she was asking to feel at home, to find peace, to come to some place of rest. But now she understood that she was already home, had always been home, could never be anything but home. The river was home. The ocean was home. The village, the mountains, the rain, the rice fields, all of it was home because all of it was one thing, one continuous flow of being, in which nothing was ever truly separate, nothing was ever truly lost. She was crying now, but she did not know why. Not from sadness. There was no sadness in this recognition. Not from joy exactly, though there was joy in it. Just tears flowing like water flows, arising from some deep place and falling, returning to the earth, continuing the cycle. And then she saw it. Her lantern, or at least a lantern that she believed was hers, that seemed to have the right shape, the right glow, was not moving out to sea with the others. It had been caught in the eddy, in the circular current, and it was turning, beginning to move, not downstream but upstream, not away, but toward, not out into the vast ocean, but back toward the river, back toward the village, back toward the shore where she stood. Other villagers saw it too. "Look," someone said, "the lanterns are returning." And indeed, Not just Hannah's lantern, but several others had been caught in the same current and were slowly making their way back upstream. The crowd watched in silence as these lanterns, perhaps 10 or 12 of them, continued their return journey, floating against the current they had descended, coming back to the place they had departed from. The Buddha had taught, Hannah remembered, that all things return to the source, that form arises from emptiness and returns to emptiness, that all the 10,000 things emerge from the Tao and return to the Tao, that we come from mystery and return to mystery, and the journey between is what we call life. Her lantern was closer now, close enough that she could see the word written on it, could confirm that it was indeed hers. Home, it said. And here it came, coming home, completing the circle, demonstrating what she now understood, that there was nowhere to go because we are already here, nothing to seek because we already have it, no distance to travel because the destination and the departure point are the same. She waded into the shallow water at the river's edge, not caring that her clothes were getting wet, not caring about anything except receiving this returning light. The lantern floated toward her, turned in a slow circle by the current, and she reached out and lifted it gently from the water. It was still lit, the candle still burning, the paper still glowing with warm golden light. She held it in her hands, this small vessel that had traveled downstream and then upstream, that had gone out and come back, that had completed the circle and returned to her transformed, not by what it had experienced out there in the darkness, but by the journey itself, by the going and the returning, by the circle closing. Other villagers were wading in now, retrieving their own returned lanterns, exclaiming with delight and wonder. The priest was saying this was a particularly auspicious year, that so many lanterns returning meant blessings for the village, good fortune for the coming season. But Hannah barely heard this. She was standing in the river holding her lantern, feeling the cool water around her ankles, feeling the weight of her years and the lightness of understanding, feeling separate and not separate all at once, feeling at home in a way she had never quite felt before. She thought of all the stories she had heard over her lifetime, all the teachings about seeking and finding, about journeys and destinations, about leaving and returning. She thought of the Buddha leaving his palace to seek enlightenment and finding it only when he stopped seeking and sat under a tree. She thought of the monk who traveled for years searching for his master only to discover that the master was the one who had sent him on the journey in the first place. She thought of all the tales of heroes who ventured into distant lands to find treasures that turned out to be what they had carried with them all along. And she understood that her own life had been such a journey. She had left home, not physically. She had lived in this village her whole life, but left the home of not knowing, the home of simple being. She had gone out into the world of seeking, of wanting, of trying to become someone, to achieve something, to find something that would make her complete. She had sent out so many prayers, so many wishes, asking the universe to give her what she needed, to fill what was empty, to fix what was broken. And now, at 53, standing in the river with a returned lantern in her hands, she had come back, not to a different place but to the same place seen differently, not to a new home, but to the home she had never really left, recognized now for what it had always been. The candle in her lantern was burning low now, would soon gutter out, but it had lasted long enough to go out and come back, long enough to complete the journey, long enough to demonstrate what needed demonstrating. She looked around at her neighbors, her fellow villagers, all of them holding their lanterns or watching the ones that still floated on the dark water. She saw the priest still chanting his blessings. She saw young mothers holding babies who would someday stand here themselves, old enough to remember this night, or maybe not, but participating in the cycle anyway, sending out their own lanterns, watching them float away, perhaps seeing them return. She saw elderly folks who might not be here next year, whose lanterns might soon be lit by others in their memory. And she saw that they were all already home too, whether they knew it or not, all part of the same flow, the same cycle, the same water moving from mountains to rivers to ocean and back to mountains again, all separate and all one, all individuals and all part of the whole, all on journeys and all already arrived, The Buddha had said, peace comes from within. Do not seek it without. And Hannah finally fully understood. Peace was not something to find out there in the world. It was not something to achieve through practice or earn through good deeds or discover through seeking. It was what she was, what she had always been, what she could never not be. It was the nature of being itself, this flowing, this cycling, this continuous return to source. She waded back to shore, carrying her lantern carefully. When she reached dry ground, she knelt and placed the lantern gently on the earth. The candle flickered once, twice, and went out. The light disappeared, but somehow this felt right, felt complete. The lantern had served its purpose. It had gone out and come back. It had shown her what needed showing. Now it could rest. She stood and looked at the river one more time. The last of the lanterns were disappearing now, their lights winking out one by one as candles burned down, or water seeped in, or wind blew them out. Soon the river would be dark again, just dark water flowing toward the sea, carrying nothing visible, but carrying everything invisible. All the prayers, all the wishes, all the hopes and memories and dreams that had been sent out on paper and bamboo and light. And in the morning, the river would still be flowing. The tide would still be turning. The cycle would still be continuing. Rain would still fall on the mountains, would still flow down to the sea, would still evaporate and fall again. And Hannah would wake in her small house, would make her tea, would move through her day with her aching joints and her white hair and her old body that was slowly wearing out, slowly returning to the elements it had borrowed for these 53 years. But she would move through that day differently now. Not seeking anything, not asking for anything, not trying to get anywhere or become anyone. Just being what she was, where she was, as she was a temporary form of water and minerals and breath. A small eddy in the great flow, a lantern that had been lit and would someday go out, a prayer that had been spoken and was already answered by the simple fact of its existence. She walked home slowly through the dark village, past the houses where lights were coming on, where families were gathering to share meals and tell stories about which lanterns had returned and what it might mean. She walked past the temple where the priest was extinguishing the ceremonial fires. She walked past the river, ever flowing, ever returning. And when she reached her home and opened the door and stepped inside, she felt something she had been seeking for so long, without knowing she was seeking it. She felt at home, not in the house she had lived in this house for 30 years, and it had never quite felt like home, had always felt like a place she was temporarily occupying while waiting for her real life to begin. But now she felt at home in her own skin, in her own body, in her own life. At home in this moment, exactly as it was. At home in the mystery of existence. At home in not knowing, in being in process, in flowing like water toward an ocean she could not see but trusted was there. She made tea and sat by her window, looking out at the darkness where the river flowed invisibly, and she thought of the lantern floating downstream, turning in the eddy, coming back upstream. She thought of the circle completing itself. She thought of the journey that was never really a journey, because the destination was always here, the home was always here, the peace was always here, and she smiled to herself in the darkness, and the smile felt like recognition, like remembering something she had always known but had forgotten, like coming home after a long journey to find that home was exactly where she left it, unchanged, and yet completely transformed by her seeing it with new eyes, with eyes that had gone out and come back, with eyes that had traveled far and discovered that far was just another word for here, that there was just another word for now, that then was just another word for always. The lantern rests now on a shelf in her home, the paper torn and water-stained, the candle long since burned away. But sometimes she looks at it and remembers the night it came back to her, the night she understood, the night the circle closed and she discovered she had never left home, had never been lost, had never been separate from the great flow that carries all things from source to source, from beginning to beginning, from home to home. And so you see, dear listener, you were never lost. Each story was a wave carrying you home to this breath, this moment, this soft darkness where you can finally rest. The lantern has returned, the journey is complete, and you were always here, already home, already whole, already whole. The circle closes, the breath slows. The stories fade like lanterns fading on dark water, and all that remains is this gentle darkness, this quiet peace, this deep rest that was here all along, waiting for you to stop seeking long enough to recognize it, to stop traveling long enough to arrive, to stop becoming long enough to simply be. Rest now. You are home. You have always been home. Sleep comes like a returning tide, like a lantern floating back to shore, like a prayer answered by the silence that holds all prayers, all questions, all seeking, all finding, all the stories we tell, to remember what we already know, that we are the river and the ocean, the going out and the coming, back, the light and the darkness, the journey and the home, all of it one thing, all of it here, all of it now, all of it forever returning to the source that it never left. Rest now, sleep now. The stories are complete, the circle is closed, you are home.